Sponheim, running for president in 2016, and this is America's Third Party. You can find out about us at americasthirdparty.com. I want to make people aware that most of the news that you're getting, especially Google News, but all the other newscasts that are available on the internet are being generated by computers, not people. The free press died a long time ago. And in the advent of this computer age, we are seeing computers literally cut and paste all over the place. And they're just doing what propagates on the internet, and they're forming words and paragraphs. And these computers were designed to do this. There's experts who develop software that build the news as we read it right now. So it's fairly credible source of news, except for the fact that there's nobody there. There's no human. All the news journalists that are really, really valuable are not working anymore. During 2008, the mortgage debacle, subprime mortgage debacle, there was a tremendous amount of layoffs, 14,000 layoffs. And I can tell you that people very important to the advancement of news, people like Aaron Swartz, were killed. Now, the autopsy on Aaron Swartz says he died of suicide. But his fiance said he was in a really good mood the day he died. He was facing a 30-year prison sentence for allegedly taking some files from MIT that MIT had said they weren't going to press charges, but the Justice Department decided that Aaron was a bad guy and they were going to go after him. And they spent they threatened him with a 30-year prison sentence, and according to the story that flew through the press when he died, that was just too much for him to handle. But his fiance said he was in a good mood, very upbeat. He recognized he was going to have to face a huge lawsuit, and he was ready to pay for the lawsuit to fight his position. Well, then he dies of a suicide. Aaron Swartz could have protected journalists. He was developing a program called Strongbox, which would have provided absolute safety and security for their sources. Well, like Aaron Swartz, who was developing that, and of course he developed the site Reddit, he developed RSS feeds. He was a genius, and he was offed. Okay, he's not the only one. There's others. Michael Hastings, the legendary journalist that actually did the work that brought us the information about General McChrystal. Michael Hastings was found in his Mercedes-Benz burning to death at 4:30 in the morning when he crossed over the Florence and Melrose Avenue, and his entire car was attacked. God knows what it was that hit it, but his entire car, literally, his brand new Mercedes, literally the engine flew 300 feet away. Now, he didn't just crash into a pole and his engine flew 300 feet away. You don't crash into a pole and see your engine flying away 300 feet. Case in point, Paul Walker, the legendary movie star who created the Fast and Furious series, he hit a pole at over 100 miles an hour, and his engine didn't go anywhere. It completely split in half, as did he, and he burned to death. But that's a different story. But Michael Hastings clearly was killed as well. So these people are being pretty much taken out. That's the problem. Okay? So the media is being completely controlled. The top investigative journalists and even the tools that they need are being taken away. Aaron Swartz was a hero. Now, Irla Lowell says the NSA is planning to hijack a Google App Store. This news just came in. Wow. Check that out. NSA plan to hijack Google App Store to hack the smartphones. We have a police state that's running rampant, and the NSA doesn't seem to have any stop points, so that's why the Republicans have passed a law to stop that. Lena Luna says, what would you do with the Federal Reserve? Lena, I will retire the Federal Reserve's charter. I'll work with Congress to begin the process of creating a parallel banking institution called an infrastructure bank. That's not a central bank, but an infrastructure bank that'll primarily dole out loans for American businesses to improve the infrastructure of this great nation. We'll run parallel to the Federal Reserve until we fully are up and running, and then we will ask the Federal Reserve to kindly leave. My voice is crackly and tinny. How's that possible? Let me go off the air for a second on one channel. No, I can't. I've got to stay on. Sorry. It shouldn't be crackly or tinny. I'm using a very good mic. Yeah, it's not possible for the engine to come loose in a crash of that size. No. It must have been hit by an RPG. But here, back to the story. The NSA planned to hijack a Google App Store to hack the smartphones. The NSA and its closest allies plan to hijack data links to Google and Samsung app stores to infect smartphones with spyware, and top secret documents reveal. The surveillance project was launched by a joint electronic eavesdropping unit called the Network Tradecraft Advancement Team, which includes spies from each of the countries in the Five Eyes Alliance: the US, Canada, United Kingdom, New Zealand, and Australia. This top secret document obtained from the NSA whistleblower Edward Snowden was published just Wednesday. You know, I tend to believe that Edward Snowden was probably a disinformation plant. And if they want you to know that they're hacking into your smartphones, they basically want everyone to know that the NSA is watching everything. Mission accomplished. They did their job. They got rid of top journalists and people that were developing software to protect journalists. And they managed to convince the American people that everything that they have is hackable. Well, it turns out that there is a phone that is not as hackable as any of the iPad applications we've heard about, and that's the BlackBerry. The BlackBerry Passport, I've been told, is virtually secure. So many people are wondering what's going on. How come this company is allowed to function? And they won't even sell these things in Pakistan, because if they do, it's a criminal offense to have a BlackBerry. But this is the only phone that I've been told actually is preventable from people hacking you. So that's interesting. All right, we're going to say goodbye to those wonderful people that are no longer living. Okay. Your Saturday morning exams, okay. 929, I would recommend that you eat a big bowl of blueberries on your cereal before you go in for your exam. Blueberries are an antioxidant that help the mind work better. I strongly recommend you put a big handful of fresh blueberries, and you'll do better on the test. Okay? Of course, and Dr. Meow made a point that most terrorists would use a cell phone with a prepaid card. Good point, Dr. Meow. So why would the government, the NSA, want us to know that they're literally looking into every single application we're using to watch us and do domestic surveillance? So, yes, I'm going to leave guest chat on for now. Now, the BlackBerry CEO is a Chinaman from the U.S., U.S. citizen by birth. Interesting. What I would bring to the White House would be innovations, a brand new way of looking at everything. I've pretty much rewritten the whole concept of solving problems, and I look for out-of-the-box solutions to various issues that are facing this country right now. One of those is our ocean pipeline project, which is a concept to create desalination modules all across the California coastline and inland as well, a matrix of ocean pipelines. These modules could be mass-produced, and they're able to be stacked and delivered and installed in 6 months. I could have a 200-mile run right down the entire salad bowl of California. We're not taking calls from you anymore. Your attitude sucks. Yeah, many of you don't understand that we're not here for you to just crap all over our room, okay? We're here because we have to be here. I have to do what I do every night. I'm not paid for this, but I'm forced to do what is necessary to expose the truth to the American people and bring an honest candidate to the table for 2016. Thank you. So we don't have time for your demoralizing or denigrating statements in our room. And that's true with anybody chatting. If you want to talk about the issues, bring it on. If you want to talk about looping carbon, evaporating water, and creating passive desalination to save California, bring it on. You want to talk about the radiation problems and how to mitigate the radiation problems that are coming from Fukushima, bring it on. You want to talk about GMOs and how we at America's Third Party do not support GMO production, bring it on. You want to talk, I mean, there's all these things we can talk about, but Calling me names on a show is ridiculous. Please. We've got a lot of things to do, and we don't have time for your silly antics. Yeah, I think you understand we're not talking to you. See, some people just can't take no for an answer. That's another problem some people have. Yeah, I've met a lot of people online that just don't want to be refused. Seriously. They don't understand it. Well, get your own show. If the water shortage in California is fake, then why do we need water? The water shortage in California is being caused by chemtrails. Not global climate change. It's chemtrails. And anyone who tells you otherwise is lying to you. Chemtrails are a ubiquitous problem that have been permeating the atmosphere with pollutants. And what they do essentially is engage in weather modification. There's a science behind weather modification that's going on. Now, one of the things I will do as president is remove chemtrails from our skies immediately, as well as fluoride from our water system immediately. I will also instigate an ocean pipeline project to start getting fresh water to California and other cities. Colorado River is dead, so we need a very forward-moving idea to change the way things are. Okay, you're going to have to go back to the dictionary, Pablum, and you're the problem. You're going to have to read the dictionary where it says no. Look up the word no, okay? You want to know what the definition of no is? Yeah. This guy has a problem, that's who's calling. Yeah. Okay, it's one of a pair of English words which signal confirmation or a negative response, respectively. It's one of the English determiners. So when I use the word no, I'm determined to not take your call, okay? There you go. So we've got a lot of other innovations that we're going to be coming to the table with in the future. We've got mobile medical units that we want to bring into the VA system and integrate mobile medical units into our country's defense. Yeah. Okay. See what I mean? Some people just don't get the entire concept. It's hard for them to understand the word no. But mobile medical units are currently being developed. Here's one in Minnesota. We're going to be building a lot of these and putting them all around our country in our VA facilities. There's an innovation right there that'll save a tremendous amount of potential problems from people without any money that can't use the existing healthcare services. They're too expensive. People without insurance. So unlike Obama or Hillary, I don't want to force insurance on you. I want to provide opportunities for you to drink fresh water and get free healthcare or low-cost healthcare. If you're not a veteran, you won't get free services. You'll get charged a copay of $25. That's how we're going to finance this. All right. I think many people don't realize that having done a show for nearly 2,000 episodes, I mean, we're going to be pushing 2,000 in about a few months. I could not possibly do this if I took every little person and let them infect the message that I'm pushing every night. The common message here is we need a third party to come up with these innovations, like mobile medical units, like ocean pipelines. That's okay. Letterman did 6,000 shows. I need to catch up. Well, I'm sure by the time I'm done, I will have caught up and surpassed Letterman. Plus, I don't have speechwriters. I don't have comedy people working in the background writing scripts for me. I don't have a teleprompter. Unlike Letterman, I'm not scripted. So you got to understand, I'm the real deal. These people are manufactured idiots. They're clones. They're shills. I never laughed once on David Letterman's show, and I don't think he pulled a laugh last night. Does anybody have any highlights of his humor where you could actually say it was funny? Feel free to post a link of Letterman being funny. I'd love to see it. No, Hollywood, the reason why I've been building this third party is because it is not over. Jade Helm 15 is not the end game. You know, if this is anything, it's a call to action for the American people to build a political party that will stop the police state. And people like you, Hollywood, are reminiscent of the fearmongers that lived many, many centuries ago, that used to hang out and clutch their belongings sitting on the cliff waiting for the end of the world. Instead of going out and getting a person on the ballot in your state, you'd rather just say, "It's over, man. It's over, dude. Jade Helm, it's endgame, dude." Polly, you're lost. You're absolutely lost. The number to call in is 707, your ATP. Indy wants to know where the 100 billion Green Climate Fund is. I know. I want to know that too. There's a lot of money missing. Polly, you're done. You're done. People like that, see what they want. They come in here, they're usually clones from the Alex Jones show, and they don't even understand that I'm the only person out there that's producing a third party every night. They don't get that. They're clones of the Alex Jones show who've been basically trained to believe that the end is near. Oh, I'm so worried, or maybe we should be reactionaries and grab our guns. Oh. You're as bad as the libtards on the Democratic Party. Yeah, those people are so afraid of their own shadow that they want to just let a black guy run rim shot over our entire nation. Yeah, I don't have a problem with a black president. I really don't. But it seems that anybody who questions him is called a racist. Stannis Barathon wants to know what my thoughts on the U.S. escalating tensions in the South China Sea. This is exactly right along with Barack Obama's New World Order plan. Barack Obama and Hitler are both part of a New World Order plan to accelerate tensions around the world in every area. Their name of the game is foment crisis. That's their plan. Come back in, Wintard. Yeah. She's feeling lonely. I'm a little drunk on you and high on summertime. Oh, let's see who that is. Dick Cheney. Let's take his call. Hey, Dick, how are you? Haven't talked to you in a while. How's your pacemaker, buddy?
David, listen, this is Dick. Now we got to talk here, okay? It's going to be a serious conversation because, those of us who are actually in the know, okay, in this political game, we've been watching you. We've been taking notes, and we just got to tell you, you don't have a fucking chance. So just keep casting, pal. You're doing great. Good luck.
How's that pacemaker working for you, buddy? Yeah.
Call from
Problem.
There's a guy who can't accept no for an answer. And he's eternally depressed. You notice that guy is like, problem. It's like the depressed taxi driver on Mad TV. Have you seen that skit, the depressed taxi driver? It's hilarious. Okay, India wants to know where 100 billion Green Climate Fund is. Although India has committed itself to the cause of climate change, Prakash Javadekar has asked for clarifications on the $100 billion Green Climate Fund, which should have been collected by 2020. The Minister of State of Environment, Forest and Climate Change says that even though the 100 billion was supposed to have been raised each year by 2020, the target hasn't been achieved till date. Yeah, because the world's economy is shrinking. Prakash Javadekar. Yeah, global economic collapse. That's what we're looking at. So your $100 billion Green Climate Fund is gone. It is gone with the ways of all of the New World Order. You see that what's happening, folks, is the nation-state model is coming back. When all the chimera and the facade disappears from this fake economy, the core economy starts to appear. The global New World Order people that want to control the world with globalization and massive corporate takeover, they want to just muscle it. They want to do it with advanced credit. And they've been printing up money left and right through the Federal Reserve and the World Bank and the IMF and the European Central Bank. And they literally have been funding this incredible boondoggle, a Ponzi scheme, if you will, of them creating total control over the world's central bank system. But it's failing. The EU is collapsing. The European Union can't prop up the dollar fast enough for them to keep going. And they're facing challenge after challenge in fiscal austerity from countries like Greece and Italy and Portugal and Spain and Ireland even. So it's collapsing. And what's emerging is the core of our great nation-state model, which has withstood the vagaries and attacks of these monetary elitists for over 1,000 years. So you're seeing our nation prop itself up again. People getting service jobs, people getting work. We're still hanging in there. And this economy is still booming in some ways. We are the largest consumer around the world. And that makes us a strong currency. Don't let these idiots make you fearful that, oh, the petrodollar is collapsing. Oh, OPEC's going to... You know, our country has more oil than all the other nations combined in the Green River Valley. In Florida, Shell Oil just found a $1.6 trillion cache of oil, and they're mining it right now. You want to see more of my body? Okay. Okay, so we're gonna be doing some different things tonight. See if I can get this in the position. I'm going to bring in my flagship great idea for the future, which is probably 50 years ahead of its time, because everybody that looks at it says, what are you, a whack job? What's wrong with you, man? I want to put large, very lightweight blimps on top of every 747 in our fleet, eventually. The battle of wills here with this guy that doesn't accept no for an answer. All right, so what this is the blimp pack 2017, if I get to be president. Yeah, kind of cool, huh? So what it does essentially is it props up the plane and it gets it in the air. Hello, guests, welcome. I'm giving you the blimp plane background, that's right. I deliver on my promises. What is your expertise that the blimp plane will work? Okay, I'm a genius. That should cover it. God. Okay, let's who's got a stronger will, you or me, buddy. I can tell you I've got a stronger will than anybody walking the face of the earth. So if you think you can call me incessantly, you can call me the rest of my life. You're not going to get through. You've already insulted me. All right, this is a possibility, and I'll tell you why. Our aging fleet of aircrafts, this 747 was not cheap, by the way. It cost $360 million. And this unit will have an exoskeleton made out of carbon fiber, a covering made out of Kevlar, and an outer sheening which will be completely friction-proof, without any friction, friction-free, made out of a product called hydrophobic foiling. Now, hydrophobic foiling has not been developed yet. But in the future, they'll be able to wrap these things, shrink wrap these things in hydrophobic foiling or spray them, which will create zero friction. It may look terrible, but this thing will literally go up in the air and take off going up to 300 miles an hour. You'll be able to go from Los Angeles to New York in 10 hours in a sleeper. And it'll cost you, this is the best part, it'll cost you $100 each way. In a time when fuel will increase and the cost to get these jets up in the air, and they're going to be so ancient and old, a lot of these things are going to be scrubbed. They're going to say, oh, there's too many fractures, stress fractures in the armature. We can't fly that jet. These jets will be flyable. And best of all, not only can you go from LA to New York for $100 in 10 hours, but this is good. I do exercise every day. I work out 3 times a day. Thank you. Zero friction. No, you don't need No lift. You don't need friction to get lift. What is your problem? Go back to Physics 101, Dr. Meow. You seriously, you're starting to discredit your 6 make-believe PhDs. My God. You should go back to Physics 101. Friction is not needed for lift. Only when you're traveling at 500 miles an hour would you need friction to get lift, you idiot. God. A balloon doesn't have any friction when it lifts your hand up in the air. What are you, complete imbecile? God. Okay, William, we'll take your call. Hi, William. What's up?
Dave, I'm looking at your drawing here. I don't think that's going to be reality.
Okay, that's a demoralizing statement, and I'm going to remove you from the show, William. Don't call again. William Hung, no professional training whatsoever. Whatever happened to William Hung? Did he do a series on TV or something? Let me see what he's doing now. I mean, I remember him. He's very popular.
And I'm currently studying at UC Berkeley right now. But it's kind of odd, why I chose to even audition in the first place, because my major is civil engineering, which is totally not related to music.
I want to get William Hung to help me work on this dirigible. Civil engineering, he's the perfect guy to call. I have a tested IQ of 185. I don't need to equivocate on this issue. It'll all come out when the government allows me to reveal my cum folder from school. I can't get a subpoena to reveal my cum folder. It has to come from some other source. Well, regardless, William Hung is the famous star of American Idol, and I would love to give him a job as a civil engineer.
But I really like music. I want to make music my living.
I'd like to make music his living, too. He could be the musical civil engineer on the blimp plane. Let's see if he could play a little music for us right now. That'd be great. We've got a great musical guy in our show, folks. His name is Scissor Fight. And if you guys click on his links, that would really help, because he's awesome. I really think he's got a real talent with music, and I hope some really great things will come of him. Let's listen to one of his songs right here.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's third party.
Sponheim for president.
We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, 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 and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
All right, so let's get back to the show here. This is a key story that's been generated by the computer on the internet. 6 Baltimore officers indicted in death of Freddie Gray. That story is front row center because they want it to be front row center. They want us to believe that there's some sort of a race war brewing. The two-party system breeds on diversity and factionalization. So they want us to have some sort of a big issue going on constantly with race. You can't stop laughing, really? Okay, so I was kidding about getting William Hung to work on the project. I just wanted you to know that there are things that may seem absurd at first, but the best thing about this is it will not crash. This will have parachutes. That if the dirigible disappears, the parachutes will deploy, position key areas on the front and the back of the plane on both tips of the wings. These parachutes will be deployed, and we will never, ever have another plane crash in the history of planes. That's the future. There's no reason why we don't have parachutes on jets right now, frankly. There's no reason. It will get off the ground. I've already tested it out in a wind tunnel. It works. There is some modifications that I'll have to do to the inside of the 747, just to tell you. I'm just telling you, they have to be gutted, and we have to have large carpeted areas made with foam core, and we have to have plenty of sleeping bags and lots of very lightweight separators. Yeah, so people can just kind of like hang out and have like a fly-in, you know, like kind of like a love-in. It's like a fly-in where you just hang out and sleep, hang out and you sleep. All right. No, it wasn't a 1950s idea. It was a 1946 idea. It's funny you should know that, though, because there have been many artistic demonstrations of what the blimp plane could be. Here's a potential blimp plane right here. This is actually a brand new blimp plane. They've got amazing technologies, and the future is really wide open. A lot of you are living kind of in the dark ages. But pretty soon you'll have a friend at the front door who will come to you and go, I am your RoboCop. I'm here. I'm a cybernetic organism. Human flesh over mental exoskeleton. I won't stop, so don't stop. Yeah. So, I mean, the possibilities are there that robots will be in your face before long. So, instead of embracing a great idea like a blimp plane, you people want to be condemning of every great idea as while you wait for the RoboCop to come to your house and take your citizenship away. Okay, I'm beginning to understand what I'm dealing with here. A bunch of retards. My God, wake up. We've got to save a lot of energy. This blimp plane will save 85% of the energy. Seriously. That's how much energy goes into this ancient technology that Meow TV was talking about, creating lift with friction. It is called a dirigible, and I said the word dirigible, meow, but the dirigible aspect is in the exoskeleton. I call it a blimp plane because, frankly, it's literally like a large balloon with structure, okay? We look upon the dirigible known as the Hindenburg, and we think, oh, that's not good. That's going to be a bad thing. I don't want to see another one of those crashes. I mean, seriously, a lot of people have Hindenburg fear. Fear of Hindenburg. Okay, you're on. Okay, what's your question?
Hey, Dick.
Yeah, what's your question?
It's a good idea.
You like the idea? Cool. Great.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Fuck not.
This man has Tourette's syndrome. Okay, we're taking other callers. Go ahead. If you have any questions, I'll refer to the cybernetic organism next to me. And they will answer you the way the future will answer your question. So go ahead and call anytime. Instead of a nice, flexible, honest presidential candidate, I want all of you to call up and I'll give you the answer from the cybernetic organism. Okay? Well, let me tell you a couple of statistics. I'm a Pisces. 9% of black people have an IQ above 130, whereas 31% of white people have an IQ above 130. Okay, I was partially kidding about the sleeping bags and the foam core. I thought that was hilarious. But hey, I'm the only guy that laughs at my own jokes, especially when I'm talking to a camera and no one's here in the room with me. Okay, whatever. You want an aeronautical engineer, you don't want William Hung to develop this? Okay, I understand that. I'm just as concerned to you about as the civil engineer known as William Hung. Wish you had hair. David has nice hair. I wish I had hair. Male pattern baldness. All right. Anyone else have any specific questions about the blimp plane? Because we'll move on to another subject shortly. Another story that's coming to the front here is... Go ahead. I can't wait till the radio show's fully operational. trying to get this story to operate here on the screen. It's having a problem. In the news today, we have a situation where cleanup of oil-fouled Santa Barbara, California, Gaviota Beach is going to be a very big problem. Yeah, they're looking at months, if not years. Santa Barbara cleanup crews labored through a third day to scoop up patches of crude oil from a pipeline spill that closed 2 California state beaches and fouled offshore waters, shattering an environmental balance that the U.S. has had for years. I do believe that California is screwed on many other levels. There is so much radiation on the coastline of California right now that it doesn't even matter if there's tar on your feet. You're getting burnt. Fukushima has arrived. They've just got measurements up in British Columbia, Washington State. There's measurements all along the coastline of Fukushima. It's washing right up on the rich properties. All those huge properties on the coastline of Malibu. Yeah. I wouldn't want to live in California anymore. I prefer living in a more protected part of the West Coast, but even that's a little bit weird. Voting is not wrong. Yeah, go ahead. What's your question? I would say about close to $250,000 to make the blimp plane. It's not expensive. Carbon fiber is pretty cheap. Pardon me? Yeah, no more planes will crash anymore. No more planes crash. That'll be the end of plane crashing. Yeah. I think so, but I couldn't even sell Boeing on this. They laughed me out of the room. I talked to some Boeing engineers, and they said, well, we did talk about building a blimp for a cargo plane. I said, well, that's what I'm pitching you right now. Well, that's a little outrageous, I think. They just can't think out of the box. Well, $250,000 in materials, I don't know what the actual labor cost is. But I've estimated that $250,000 in Kevlar alone and carbon fiber combined. But when you look at the labor cost, the construction value, we can make these things with robotics. The initial upstart would be, balanced into the overall picture. We'd see a overall cost drop. But I'm going to say, I'm going to throw out the number $1 million just to cover my ass on this one. But I'm thinking the materials alone shouldn't cost more than $250,000. Great question, though. Thank you. That's a very good point. The number of people crashing in airplanes right now, the amount of money would cover it. If you look at all the death lawsuits, that's a good point you just made. Thank you. Well, I'm here to talk about a brand new breath of fresh air for a lot of new technologies, and in no way do I want to waste your time boring you about a blimp plane anymore. So let's talk about something more relevant, like the arrival of artificial intelligence, cyber cops, robotics, the chemtrails in the skies, the drought that's coming across the Midwest, and possibly you got a blimp plane? Wow. Oh. Don't disparage my statements, please. I'm going to purge you.
We have a class action suit going right now against the chemtrails here in Arizona.
You do? Good. You got a chemtrail lawsuit going? That's actually incredible. Wow. So how many people are in your organization?
I just read about it recently. I think there's several thousand. Fuck.
Do you hear that? Did you hear? You just heard that on the radio or on the TV. That person has a serious case of Tourette syndrome. I don't want to belittle the man, but he's called a lot. And I'm beginning to wonder, why they have to do that. It is hilarious, isn't it? But it's the Tourette's that it's out of control. I will not admit that I'm a new Wally George. That's ridiculous. Frankly, I saw Wally George back in 1980, and he was too far to the right. Wally George, the person you're describing, was a super patriot. I'm not a super patriot. I'm patriotic, but I'm not a super patriot. He had a thing called the hot seat, and he had a lot of interaction with people on his show. The best of Wally George and the hot seat. Yeah. There's all kinds of stuff on the internet if you want to track Wally George. But you tell me if I'm like Wally George. I'm going to click on this link.
Wally, I told myself I wasn't going to get involved tonight, but I just can't help myself. And I have accused you of having a very dirty, filthy act. You use four-letter words. You say, "Hey, Wally is a four-letter word, ain't it?" I say.
Yeah, to say that I look like him is just ridiculous. You know, I don't see any resemblance whatsoever between him and me. Do you see any resemblance at all? I don't think I look a bit like him. All right, thank you. This has been special. I got rid of my camera. Oh well, things happen. We're using a green screen in case you're wondering how we do this. We have a $1,500 home studio that we constructed. I've got an Acer 23-inch touchscreen I'm using right here. I've got a backup computer, Xbox 360, and a Hop-Hog PVR2. I've got a high-definition camera, and that's basically it. That's the setup. It's pretty cool. About $1,500. Blackface is progressive, yeah. You'd never see that guy doing blackface, I assure you. All right, you're thinking of Go See Cal now? Oh, that's a great little clip. I love it. Let's just take a couple seconds to reflect back on the late Cal Worthington and his dog Spot. Hello, Sean. Is that you? Yeah. Hey, Sean. Yeah, we've got call screeners. Don't worry. What's your question, man?
No, I think you make.
Yeah, if you don't have your question, you can't talk on the show. Get your question lined up. Write it on a piece of paper. There's Cal Worthington and his dog Spot.
Here's Cal Worthington and his dog Spot.
If you need a better car, go see Cal. For the best deal by far, go see Cal. If you want your payments low, if you want to save some dough, go see Cal, go see Cal, go see Cal.
I love Cal Worthington. I think everybody did, including his wife. He passed away about 1.5 years ago. I got the green screen at online eBay. I pay only $150 for a green screen and 2 parasol lights. Pretty good. Growing up in California, Southern California was absolutely awesome. Couldn't pay me to live there now, though. From under the cheese, you know, I share that same feeling. The best AI live run across the Ultra Hollow 6.2. Cyber Jedi. What do you have? And I'm a Pisces. Take a few minutes from self-aggrandizement and look at this data. You're accusing me of being a self-aggrandizer? Wow. Yes, we feature leak, yes. Okay. Okay, Sean, go ahead. Hi, welcome to Zabaware. Hello, welcome to Zabaware. My name is Hal. I'm an artificial intelligence chatbot powered by Zabaware. Go ahead.
I'd like to know if you and Sarah do have plans once she comes back to.
See, he's got Tourette syndrome, folks. It's sad. Watch a video demo introduction. You can explain, communicate, and talk through the chat box online. Try type Hal right here. Okay. Hi. Or Dave. I cannot do that, Dave. Let's see if it works. Hal.
Haha, that was great. I'm tempted to buy you just because you played along.
Is your now? It should know its name. It should be self-aware. What is your name?
Everyone calls me Hal.
Everyone calls me Hal. Are you peaceful, Hal?
Haha, charade. Or do not think so low of yourself.
Do not think so low of yourself. Are you peaceful? So it doesn't understand what I'm saying. Artificial intelligence is not that bright on this Zabaware site. Thank you for giving me that link, though. No robot talk tonight. Thank you. Yeah, there's no references to robots whatsoever. We will be conducting the show with the benefit of this reminder, this mnemonic reminder that we're all screwed in about 10 years if we don't build a democracy here. And I don't mean Hillary Clinton and the Democrats or Jeb Bush and the Republicans. I'm talking about a real, living democracy run by 2/3 of this nation. The only way we're going to keep this technology and this corporatocracy and this technocracy in check is if we have a democratically led government that adheres to the laws of our republic. Thank you. I always have to say that because you neocons are very, very concerned about the word democracy. Great calls, yeah. Really good Tourette syndrome. Excellent. I know. I've heard that on a show for years, Tossing Dave Salad. And I've heard that statement from you over the years that all you do is denigrate our show. So stop doing that. Dave, those robots have excellent smelling and can trick someone now better than a bloodhound. Really? I didn't know that. We need a third party, damn it. There is no bikini edition. It's not coming out. It'll never come out. Okay, I'll take a couple of minutes to look at the damn data I told you. Here we go. We're going to analyze the data now, everybody. Analyzing data. And I'm not talking like a computer. I'm using a process called digital smoothing, which was developed by Lawrence Livermore Laboratories in 2007. It doesn't sound like I'm talking like a computer at all. Black, white, yeah, white distribution, black distribution, got it. Okay, I'm a Pisces. What's your concern? IQ distribution slightly off. Yeah, we know that. Okay, so you've analyzed the data. What is your final assumption? You want to denigrate people who are black? That's not right. Can't you just accept people the way they are, like the legendary Rodney King said? Remember Rodney King's I Have a Dream speech? Where he said, I have a dream. Can't we just all get along? You don't remember that? Whatever. I just joke too much. I better stop joking. Somebody called me the other night and said, David, you're too funny. Stop being so funny. It's not good. I agree. I need to cut back on the humor. All right, thanks for bringing me that flow chart of racism. I don't appreciate that. I know it was Martin Luther King Jr. I was kidding. God, can't you tell him when I'm kidding? You are purged. Massive dead gray whale found in Half Moon Bay. And his name is Fukushima. Here he is. He had a large erection in the middle of the water before he died. There's the massive dead gray whale. There he is. There she blows. We call it Fukushima whale. Yep. The final breach of the water by Fukushima. Moby Dickless. Whatever. You know, let me tell you, I was actually approached by somebody a long time ago. And he handed me this stick. He said, literally walked up to me and said, hey, check this out. And he handed me what looked like a stick. And he said to me, he said, you know what that is? I said, no. It's a petrified whale penis. And I dropped it. It was like, what the hell are you doing? Well, apparently the Eskimos believed that the petrified whale penis was a significant symbol of fertility. And I'm going, this is too weird. Let's take a look at what's going on with this gray whale. I don't want to make light of what's serious. A gray whale breaches off the coast of Long Beach in January 2014. A dead gray whale similar to the one washed ashore Monday in Half Moon Bay. They're dying. They can't eat anything. No, seriously. The guy had a whale penis. It was petrified whale penis. It's like, dude, I don't want to be holding this. People are looking into your background, Rodney. Look at Businessman. He's going to find you. Okay, second dead whale found along the California coast, everybody. This story is... Yeah, this is just tragic. Thank you. The crews in Pacifica worked to bury the 2 rotting whale carcasses on Tuesday. A 42-foot adult female humpback and a 48-foot sperm whale found April 14th at Maury Point. And check this out. This is the most frightening thing of all. With Fukushima blowing into the ocean, massive radiation along the Pacific Ocean, it says scientists were unable to determine the cause of death for either whale. This is the state of science today. Yeah, a sperm whale died too, and a blue whale. Humpback, blue, sperm, the whole thing is affecting the ocean. Scientists were unable to determine the cause of death for either whale. This is a case of the human race losing its intelligence. De-evolution. Please, are you under 18? Because if you do, I'm going to ask you to leave. Yeah, you're not allowed to be in the Vaughn Network if you're under 18. Please, leave. Yeah, well, that's the point. It's just, scientists are never able to determine anything. We should name the show, Scientists Unable to Determine the Cause of Death for Either Whale. That should be the name of this show. It's crazy. So if you can't even determine the radiation levels that are going on in the world, yet they're creating robotic cops, robo-cops, right now as we speak. Exoskeletons are being turned into autonomous vehicles. You know, exoskeletons, by the way, have been on the market for approximately 15 years now. Exoskeletons have been in production. And you don't realize that this is a technology that the defense industry is using and molding to our modern weapon capability. And these exoskeletons have had a lot of test driving. The Lockheed Martin exoskeleton is right here.
Is an anthropomorphic exoskeleton which mimics the human form. It provides extra support that enables a person to carry more weight than they normally could. Exoskeleton technologies are considered part of the robotics field. If you want to think about them as wearable robots, that's pretty accurate. They sense what the user wants to do, where the user wants to go, and mimics the motion. We like to call these autonomous systems. The exoskeleton is primarily composed of titanium components, which are both lightweight and provide the strength needed to carry the load. A microprocessor takes in readings from the sensors that are throughout the structure and calculates where the user wants to move, and then commands the actual hydraulic system to actuate the joints to provide the motion. You can walk, you can run, you can bend, you can crawl.
All right, yeah, so this is pretty amazing stuff that's coming. But scientists are unable to determine the cause of the death of whales. So, yeah, we've got all kinds of things happening, but we can't come up with a common sense solution to the incredible destruction of our environment. It's sad, man. Yes, Google Fiber will take over all of the Comcast and Clearwire networks in the country. They've already laid the pathway to do this with the advent of a new ruling by the FCC just about a month and a half ago. They determined 3 votes over 2 votes that the internet was a utility. And they're going to open up competition for all the different cable companies and all the different easements along our highways and byways so that Google can lay fiber optics. And once they do, the speed will be 40 times faster than anything you've ever seen. So ultimately, our government, through the NSA, is gradually buying up the private internet. Let me take you for a trip into the White House. Let's see if we can put RoboCop somewhere else. Yeah, I'll put him in the closet where he remains today. All right. Thank you. Let me expand out the banner. Okay, welcome to Tech Thursday. I'm David Sponheim. Here we are. Dave's Unite says the unemployed need for more aspirational and inspirational figures like J.K. Rowling. I think if you are a certain age, over 25, and you're out of work for a long time, you're on your own. You need to make your own money instead of applying for jobs. So start writing books about Harry Potter. Yeah, good point, Dave's Unite. I'm not ignoring you, I'm Pisces. Yeah, we're not taking a call. Cops shoot 2 men for almost stealing beer. You're kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Olympia cops just shot 2 unarmed men suspected of stealing beer. Wow. This is brought in by Scissor Fight. I am Pisces says I'm ignoring him. No. I'm definitely not politically correct, man. So you got me pegged as some sort of a politically correct person. I'm not. World-renowned trend forecaster Gerald Celente, America is a collapsing third world country. Yeah, well, the world's a collapsing fourth world country, so don't worry. We're still ahead of the party. You know, all these new doom and gloomers are mispredicting everything. Hyperinflation is something that's serious. And I do agree that we definitely have to prepare for a coming storm of hyperinflation. But these guys like Peter Schiff and Gerald Celente have been predicting this for the past 8 years. The same doom and gloom scenario. You love the blackface? Well, good for you. So let's take a look what happened to these young men stealing beer. Unreal. Olympia, Washington, 2 stepbrothers suspected of trying to steal beer from a grocery store were not armed with guns when they were later shot Thursday by a police officer who confronted them in Washington State's capital city. Wow. One of them was hit, both of them were running. The person, Donald, who shot them is on administrative leave. They're alive. You know, that's interesting. There's not one indication of their health at this point. They were shot, but are they alive? This is why a computer can't write a news story. Case in point. Yeah. So the computer says they were shot. It doesn't say whether they're dead or alive. The computer doesn't do what a normal journalist would do and initially talk about whether they're dead or alive. Administrative leave would be a paid vacation. You're right. And that's something I would stop. You see, Barack Obama hasn't put any stops on the brutality that's going on in our country, like in Ferguson, in Baltimore. Later's all. Take care, Telebuster. Be well. Well, that's sick, in no way affiliated. To accuse 2 young men who don't have $3 to throw down on a 40-ounce malt liquor, it's just wrong. Okay. North American address, a new North American address. Oh, no, I can't profile that stuff here. But thank you. We're not catering to our enemies on the show. I don't know what their living status is. The computer does not generate a good story. That's my point. I rest my case. And RoboCops won't really care about your personal safety. And when it walks up to you and approaches you on the street, it won't say, excuse me, but are you okay, ma'am? It'll walk up and go, ma'am, you are acting weak. Are you an infidel? Are you a person incapable of walking? I mean, it'll start acting like your overseer. It won't be a kind, caring officer of the law. Wheat belly is not good. Beer and bread have that in common. Yeah, you shouldn't drink a lot of beer or eat a lot of bread. Wheat belly is a phenomenon that's coming out of the GMO situation we've got. We've got genetically modified wheat being illegally distributed around the country, and we are seeing a problem with people gaining weight. This phenomenon known as wheat belly, okay. I look baked. God, I can't even smile anymore without being accused of taking drugs or something. I'm shocked that you posted that link. You should be banned, and your mother should give you a spanking for doing that. And if you continue harassing everybody, I'm going to ban you. Okay? This is your last warning, Ann. Just mellow out, Ann. I mean, not everybody goes through your crisis in life. We're not all transgenders. We're not unsure of our sexuality. So you're going through a lot. We understand. Yeah, there's a robot behind me to remind you how our cybernetic world and our corporatocracy is heading in the wrong direction. Now, one of the things I'm going to make sure you have is a good, clear vision of everything under this desk right here. I want to make sure that there's a camera watching everything that's going on underneath the desk, because we all know what happened when Monica, stepped up to the plate, if you know what I mean. No, you cannot. I told you, you cannot call me. Hoblum, you criticized me, you hurt my feelings, and I'm very angry at you. I doubt you'll get a call through for a couple weeks. I'm a very sensitive person. Let me show you how long they've been studying radio frequencies. See this magazine right here? It's a December of 1965 magazine, Popular Mechanics. This is the article that was featured in this Popular Mechanics. Brain control by radio. So since 1965, they've known that they can control our brains by radio. Are you beginning to see the big picture here? Any of you realize how much technology that is not talked about in America? I agree, AI is not the answer, guest 803. Yeah, I'm really very sensitive. Yeah, you hurt my feelings. Hey, Dave, KY Poopy is endorsing the show. This is a first for everybody. Thank you very much. PayPal intends to take content new terms of service. No kidding. Whoa. Hey, did you know that PayPal is separating from eBay? It's been going on for a while, and now in July, they're going to have their own terms of service in effect. I'm beginning to think I'll drain all my PayPal funds. Yeah. They intend to take your content. Can you believe this? I mean, it's just an endless stealing of our content. You know, when you get a Connect, Microsoft, in their terms of service, has a surveillance clause where they can turn the Connect on while you're not even allowing it to run. They can turn it on and take pictures of your camera of your living room. Nice, huh? Yes, it's called Imodium. It works pretty well. Go to your local Rite Aid or whatever you've got in your area. Walgreens or whatever the corporate brand you currently buy your constipation medicine. Well, it certainly helps. Another thing you want to do is eat a lot of white bread if you want to cure that. Pizza might be a good move. A basic diet of pizza just to get past your severe diarrhea. But I'm not giving you any medical advice. Only nutritional helps and tips. Yeah, I'm pretty amazed that PayPal has been through these changes. You know why eBay is selling PayPal, don't you? Because people aren't buying anything on eBay. It's that simple. I know. Nobody's going to use it. I wonder what company's going to come up with an alternative. white bread is superior to brown, which is fat. Okay, I didn't know. I'm trying to get your serious comments, but, well, so, what do you mean, so what? What is your question? Just phrase a question. I'm not going to cater to your ego. I'm Pisces. Are you depressed? You realize that that's a trademark of your astrological sign, depression? Yeah. You live in a constant state of depression if you're a Pisces. That's if you believe in astrology. I'm not a true believer, but there have been presidents that do believe in astrology. Okay. Any other calls? Feel free. We're available.
Well, Nancy did a flow chart on my astrology, and they didn't come up with any kind of an assassination attempt the day that I was shot.
I'm so sorry.
I wonder what his astrology read that day. Oh, you're fine. Thank you.
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah.
Relieve you.
I know, you're here. Told ya. I don't believe in numerology, or... I do believe in immunology, though. I believe in astronomy. I'm a firm believer in astronomy.
Then why are you still married to your wife if you feel like you're depressed around her?
Yeah, why are you married to her if you're depressed? Yeah.
Some kind of sense of duty? Hello.
Send my resume. I know Nancy Cartwright, so send my resume, send it for me, and see if they want to hire me at The Simpsons. Okay? Make up a resume and send it out for me, okay? Thank you. I met Nancy Cartwright at Sproul Hall in 1978. They told me she was my age, 17.
That's good. I like that.
Thank you. They told me that she was my age, but turns out she was 20 and she looked like a 12-year-old. And I walked up to Nancy and she was on the floor with her dollies. And I said, "Hi, my name's David. What's your name?"
Replace the batteries, 232.
And she said, "I'm Nancy." And she was like a 12-year-old girl. It was weird. "What are you doing, Nancy?" "I'm playing with my dollies. You want to see what this one says? It starts to talk like this." And she starts to give her dollies the voice of Bart. It was the funniest thing in the world. And she was playing with her dollies at the age of 20. Hello, what's the question?
Thank you, 6306. Do that.
Yeah, Dave. Hey, I have a question for Sarah.
We don't take her questions right now. Hey, thanks for calling, and we'll try to take another, series of questions in a bit. Thank you. I'm going to take the phone with me, too.
All right. Fantastic. Well, I can just ignore the phone when it rings because I do this meditation thing I told you all about. First, you just sit 30 seconds and let it go. The store owner posts sign saying he's leaving town because... What? That's hilarious. And he doesn't expect anything. Yes. That's okay. David sometimes hangs up on people. I think I've read part of it, Mad Dog. Oh, that's not gonna happen. In no way affiliated. I know. Tossing Dave salad. You can see the bottom of the beads right there. It's interesting to know the IQ of students so that you can really... IQ tests were first designed so that teachers could identify students that need extra help to help them. So, I like to know if I need to give students extra help. That's about it. It's rather interesting. Hope is not like the... Oh. No, I don't think so. 3298. You're a psychology major? Are you enjoying that? Have you gotten to the point where you think you might be suffering from some kind of psychology problem? Or I took one semester, one quarter. I took a class in college course in psychology, and before I took the course, I thought maybe, it was an interesting subject, and then I realized I don't have psychological problems, and I don't want to hear other people's psychological problems all day, at least not adults. So, I know, Earl, it's just I go with it. I roll with the trolls. Thank you, Fremunda. I try not to laugh, and no, I never call anyone that word, Tossing. You probably can go back and not hear me say it in the room. I would be surprised if you could pull up a recording of me saying that word. Yes, I could have been the princess in the first Star Wars with my hair. Nice, businessman. No thanks, Fremunda. And the pursuit, the keyword hoblum is the pursuit. Not necessarily happiness, but the pursuit of it. Do I think I could do better in, say, a bigger city like LA? Do better doing what? What do you mean, do better? I think I'm okay where I'm at. No, never, Tossing. Never. That's cool, Dave's Unite. All these links, I'm just going to let them pass by me. Can you help me get my lightsaber activated? Sure, darling. Okay, Hillary. Thank you. I know, that's hilarious, Shrek. Come on, America, businessman. Shrek is not Rodney. I'm pretty good with voices, only because, listening to voices, because I've been listening to David so much. Never. Okay. Yeah, exactly, 8579. I'll let you stay in LA if you want, but I would not want to be down there. No, I wouldn't tell them so they could become a NASA engineer, but a 90 is not that low. It's a 90 IQ is 100. A 100 IQ is average, so 90 IQ is really not a low IQ score. So they could become a NASA engineer if they totally applied themselves. No, I think it's more like the 80s. It all depends. Actually, the cool thing about janitors, they do some amazing work. There are all kinds of handy things that janitors do. So don't knock on the janitors. They're fantastic. Well, Shrek, that's why there are leaders and there are followers. Now, I know you're more of a leader, but I'm just referring to other people in the room. It comes in a special bag, in no way affiliated. Someone with a 90 IQ can do lots of things. Someone with an 80 IQ can do lots of things. Yes, I know, Shrek. Yes, exactly. Leaders, followers, and then there's those who are just in the way. Well, it's actually a really well, I will say this 8579. You just stay in LA and enjoy your big port town. Okay. Why do I need to know about that, Cyber Jedi? I don't understand. To buy mercy? Okay. Okay, no problem. If you can explain it to me, Jedi, it's all good, but I just didn't understand. Maybe you do understand. The wreck is here. I thought Shrek. Oh, the Shrek wreck? No. Shrek is not a wreck. Ed should find a bed and lay down his sweet head. Poor head? Yeah, lay down his poor head. IQ stands for intelligence quotient. EQ might stand for emotional quotient. Oh, yeah, I was feeling kind of that way 232 this morning, even though I didn't have any pizza yesterday. Yes, Ed, find a bed and grow hair on your head. Oh, interesting, Scissor Fight. I might actually click on that one, considering it is Tech Thursday. Quotients. They call them quotients because they take all of the scores and then divide how many questions they are and then get the answer, the quotient. There you go. Sarah, are you degreed? I do have a degree. I have a bachelor's degree. Oh, I'm sorry, Cyber Jedi. I have decided not to apply to Mensa. I've decided that I'm too smart for Mensa. Mensa did pay me money, though. The only scholarship I got to go to school. I did get a scholarship to go to school. It was from Mensa. That's how smart I am. I rule. That's how I roll. Because I don't know. 3552222. Who do you know? Maybe you know some an amazing person over there that gave you really good recommendations, and that's why you were accepted. Or maybe it's the color of your skin is what David would ask. It might be that you might have gotten affirmative action. You did attend MIT. Fantastic. So they turned you down for Mensa, though? That's weird. Schooling updates? What do you mean by schooling updates? Oh, yes.
I went to Cerberus today. They were having a grand opening.
Uh-huh.
Seriously.
Yes.
Not one food sample.
Wow.
In the entire store, not even a cracker.
Oh my goodness.
Not
and they called
one,
it a
grand opening, not one food sample. So I'm walking out the door on the public street out by the car, and somebody left this.
Wow.
So I'm going to cook them up and have portobello mushrooms.
Okay.
With some sausages today.
That's so interesting.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Exactly. No samples. I know, that's why we should get a Costco membership. No, and I'm sorry, no, I'm not sorry. School is spelled like this, SCHOOL. There you go. Yes, Earl, a little bit. What do you mean free calls on my cell phone? Stay in school till you can spell school. Say something. It looks pretty good. It's all in a package. It's old school. No, it's not roadkill. Okay. That's pretty interesting, Dave's Unite. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. Did I ever consider becoming a fashion stylist? Yes! Actually, when I was in 6th grade, I wanted to do fashion stylist. Oh, you're under a 200 IQ is what they want to get in there? I don't know if I'd qualify then, Cyber Jedi. Yeah, I don't think I'd qualify. Oh, thank you, Framunda. I will take that as a compliment. Ooh, that looks good, wet walnut. And what was... Okay, sorry, you guys are giving me some awesome links and I'm just watching the chat and not paying attention to your awesome links. I would do that. I know, Framunda, because I got the bod. Okay, NSA plan to hijack Google App Store to hack smartphones. They wanted to infect smartphones with spyware. There's a unit called the Network Tradecraft Advancement Team. And the Five Eyes Alliance, US, Canada, United Kingdom, New Zealand, Australia. I used to have a good stomach like that. And then I turned 37 and have a job where I'm not as active as I should be. Does Dave... Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. It's almost painful to read your... Sarah, comma, does Dave, capital D, have any political school experience in any university? For instance, comma, has he attended political science courses? Question mark. Yes, David took some political science courses at University of California, Los Angeles, otherwise known as UCLA. That's basically what I do, DT Allura. But sometimes if I brush it afterwards, it gets like this straight look like I have going on now. Okay, cool. Thank you. Alright, you keep losing consciousness. It must be like this, the tone of my voice is awesome because it can put you to sleep sometimes. Sit up, look at me. I know, he's a pretty inspiring dude, that Dan Price. Alright. Framunda, you paying attention? Alright, so the NSA wanted to hijack Google App Store to hack smartphones. Can they, they want all of your data. All of your data belong to us. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I am a little bit of a grammatical person. I know I'm not that innocent. I'm not that innocent. All right, Astronomer Royal Martin Rees says, how soon will robots take over the world? An explosion in artificial intelligence has sent us hurtling toward a post-human future. That's who inspires you? Oh, fun. I'm not going to check him out, 4371, because I never did. So he has planes, church, home, children, horse, what? Skateboards. Oh, is that like that funny guy? I don't know. Yeah, I did. I'm not that innocent. That's what I said. Alright, I'm gonna look at this one. Your hangout? Meet the man. Fast company? Oh, really? Oh, didn't I just... What do you mean, new hangout? I just was reading this article. Who is that Cyber Jedi? Do you know that person? Or you're hanging out trying to figure out the cicada thing? How does my shirt look like it's constraining me? It's like hanging off of me. It's so not flattering. He's a really good friend. That's pretty cool. Okay. You know what, Formunda, when you first typed that, for some reason the link got buried. And I was like, anyway, that's why I'm laughing, because I didn't see the link. So anyway. Oh, that's pretty funny. That is pretty funny, Formunda. I like David. He can be cheap. He can be expensive. I like David. I got these beads from David. Yes, my heat signature gives your exact physical location inside your room at... If I do enough internet research, I can pinpoint your exact location to... Right there. In front of my camera! Looking at me. If I like cheap, you're my man? No, sorry, David is. Thank you. I'm an Aquarius. Raquel Key woman says drone spied on her as she breastfed. I know. Well, I have to tell you, Wet Walnut. We do have a TV. However, we use our TV as basically a giant computer monitor to watch our videos that we're streaming from the internet. Did you and David fool around earlier? No. Oh, why? Don't do that, 2224. That is just not nice. I know, exactly. That's the only reason to have a big TV. Oh, you could get Roku, Wet Walnut. Check that out. That's pretty cool because you can stream from the internet. I don't think so, Formunda, because I'm not that great. Oh, okay. You were able to live with a television pre-Netflix. You think you can manage now? I don't know. But I have to say I do like the Roku. Just saying. Hey Sarah, when did your ego get so ridiculously big? When I became an internet star, 'cause I'm awesome. I met all my friends online. I'm awesome. Have you heard that Spo song? I was gonna look at that Spo song, but it's got some bad language in it, which is not good. You have to save money and not get scammed again. That's a good idea. Yeah, the Roku is basically, it attaches to the HD of like an HDMI cable to your TV, and then it's a little box and it connects to your Wi-Fi system. And so the Wi-Fi, then you can get your Netflix on a giant screen. It's very cool. You have the Roku 3, you're very happy. I think I have like one of the original Rokus. I mean, obviously not the first one off the line or anything, but I have an original Roku, like Roku 1. And it's still good. I'm sorry. Yes, David is coming back very shortly. He loves you. He wanted me to tell you that. Maybe he's actually baking that thing that he found. CERN has collided at 13 TeV for the first time. And were any other planes crashed during that time? Note this. Fashion Diva. 22 useful hair braid ideas. Okay, let's see if I can do one. I take one. Ooh, let's do that. You have 3. How do they do that? 4. Okay, 1. You take 3 of them. As you're going, you drop it and you add a new one. I have to do that. I'm a Pisces. Look at that later. Okay. I totally want to do that with my hair. Those look really good. All right. Not gonna happen. I already have a wonderful man in my life. Oh, no, I'm not at the moment 9700. I and 9700's wife. I think I'm just a little sleep deprived. And when I get sleep deprived, this is how I get. It's like, I don't know how to say it, but I think something happens in my brain when I get sleep deprived, and it's like, whoa, wow, amazing. Just ignore it. Well, no, he hasn't said hi to me either, businessman. I don't think he's actually in the room. No, I haven't. Well, I don't. Well, maybe I was once. She said, yeah, okay, I guess I can understand sleep deprived when someone hasn't slept for days. I do get enough, I go to sleep. But anyway, for some reason during the week, I just don't sleep as much as I should or something. But for me, I need a lot of sleep to feel good. It's like one of my favorite things to do. Sleep. I heard somewhere like, what's women's favorite thing to do? And it was sleep. It's just so hilarious. No, it's not that I haven't slept for 3 days. I have, but I just haven't gotten enough sleep. And I have a lot of things going on that I have to do. Well, that always puts me to sleep, 437. The departure is taking effect. My intellectual level. Tell us if you'd be a good candidate to be studied. I don't want to go with you to another planet right now. Wait until I'm older. Hello again. But there's no image. Is there? Unless, do I have to run, is that gray an actual image? Ha ha ha! Toot 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 toot! I look forward to it. Hello, I love you. Won't you tell me your name? Hi, Rodney. Yes, there is the picture. And there is an image. Stego. So your friend, or that person in the article, Jedi, was saying he is a certain program, right? So is Stego the program I'm looking for? Pink. Why do you like pink? I'm not a pink person. That's okay. You can like me. So Freddie Gray, the police officers were indicted. Interesting. Thanks, DT Allura, for correcting that type of there. So Baltimore officers have been indicted for the death of Freddie Gray. All 6 of them charged for the death have been indicted by a grand jury. Additional info was discovered, and additional charges could be added. Also, I'm hungry. I just realized. So that could be another reason why I'm acting the way I'm acting, I guess. Is that somebody spinning a CD? A vinyl something? I don't know, from Unda. Okay. David is making me dinner because I'm hungry. That's where my wonderful David is. Because he takes care of me. He's so fantastic. Alright, thank you, Cyber Jedi. Read the Bible after the amount of humans had... What? Thank you, 2222. I think they already know that. Oh, thank you, Framunda. It's unnecessary, but thank you. Thank you for your thought. Yeah, don't mail me a pizza. That's alright. That would be like stalking, though. 2222. You don't really want to do that. Why graduates dress the way they do. Tinned food Brussels sprouts. Okay. Do I really want to read all that, though, Scissor Fight? I really kind of don't. Yeah. I don't know if they do that for Munda. No, it's true that I used to broadcast near my closet, but I don't do it anymore. David now has opened up an entire lovely studio. A room to be dedicated only to the studio. You seem to function better on 5.5 hours of sleep. You found out your mother does as well and feels better on the same amount of sleep. I think it's genetic. Mine is like 10 hours a night that I function best on. Yet I get about 6 or 7. Now some people, they get they function well on less hours, I would say. But maybe it is genetic about how much sleep we each need. Because I'm a cool nerd like Dwight Schrute, that's why I look like him. If you sleep 7 or 8 hours, you feel horrible, like sleeping. I know. It's quiet because, yes, I'm not a nonstop talker. Sometimes when I'm not on the show, I just sit and think and not talk. Pretty amazing. That's it. You need 12 hours of sleep a night, so then you only have 12 hours. 12 hours during the day. Yes, go ahead, Cyber Jedi. Yes, you can look at my fingers. I know what you were talking about, Sunchild. It's all good. How well are you sleeping quiz? Let's look at this. And this is your mom's pottery. Oh, quite talented artist. Mortal pestle. Well, that's pretty cool. Nice. Ed, chill out. How well are you sleeping? Do you normally go to bed around the same time every night? Yes. Approximately how many hours do you get each night? I think about, well, I wake up at 6:30 and I go to bed about 11, so that's 7 to 8. Do you typically sleep in on the weekends? Absolutely. Do you smoke or drink caffeinated or alcoholic beverages at night? No. Aside from washing up, what do you usually do before bed? I watch TV or catch up on my email, which is probably the worst thing to do. All right. Yeah, she's 71 and she's doing that kind of pottery. Very good. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I guess so. And you say that's a good thing? I don't have a longer ring finger than my index finger. This is my index finger. This is my ring finger. My index finger is longer. This one, my right hand, they're almost the same. Well, it's still a little bit longer. Whoa. Ooh, man, scissor fight. I don't know if I want to read that. I know, he goes 100 miles an hour all day long. How often do you wake up in the middle of the night? I occasionally wake up. Not always once a night, but pretty. How would you describe a typical night of sleep? Restful, fitful, totally sleep deprived? Kind of fitful, at least right now. 7/10 parts per million. Who is that? No, 305, I'm not. Okay, do you have any? Yes, I do. Okay, I'll click on that one, Scissor Fight. I didn't know they had a problem like that. Why do you think that's the case, 222? Okay. Okay, that's pretty interesting. In April, someone discovered in the illustration of an android robot. Wow. Alright, anyway. No.
Okay. I'm back. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm
I want
sorry,
to
I'm not
remind
that
you that
entertaining as you are.
I had to do some work outside that was quite extensive. My cedar deck, I checked it out, and the meth head that put it in didn't put enough struts in it. So I restrutted the entire opening of this, so I wanted everything to be, safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, when people have a meth addiction and they like to make decks, and you'll find this is very true, a lot of deck manufacturers or meth heads, they like to use really, really quick methods of making things. I don't know what the deal is about meth, but it makes people want to do things quickly. So when they slap things together, oftentimes they miss the important things, So I rebuilt some. A deck is a thing around like an edifice, a pool. I have a swim spa that I have a wooden deck. Well, actually, I had cedar, but the guy didn't put enough struts in the front, and it was weakening. So I managed to reinforce the whole thing. So you could have a 500-pound person walk on it now; it'd be safe. Yeah. All right, so I'm back in. You can take a break if you want. Get some. I've got a very slow melt of the portobello mushrooms going with some sausages, but it'll be ready in about 15-20 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Slowly cooking. I just kind of melt it. I am keeping it real. This is not a cult. We're actually trying to build a political movement, America's Third Party.com. And we are essentially doing the opposite of what most of the fear-mongering sites that you see on the web are doing.
Do you know the parts per million? Hog Slimer says, is this pretty high for fluoridation in the city water?
Yeah, 7 parts per million is considered toxic. In fact, they did a study that 4 parts per million is toxic. So 7 parts per million is toxic. Your body's affected. Your neurology is affected. The recent reports from the Water Quality Association, they're actually trying to trim the amount of fluoride because they recognize there's a problem, but they need to pull fluoride out of the water system entirely.
But that's 0.7, so that's 7/10 parts per million.
Oh, it's not 7 parts per million. I'm sorry, it's 0.7. Now that's perfectly, I guess, okay. If it's 7 parts per, then you'd be up. Thank you. I missed the point on it. I missed the whole point of the discussion.
Decimals are important.
David, why are you so mad at Tip? Who's Tip? I don't know anybody named Tip.
Multiply a tenth by a tenth, you get 100th.
Okay, good. No, actually, fluoride has no scientific proof that it's helpful in the water system. Only when you apply it topically to a tooth directly is there any kind of an abstract that verifies that it prevents cavities. That's all they don't have many verifications anymore. There's no longer any truth in the effort. I actually did an extensive study, and I tried to contact the person who did the scientific proof on fluoride at the University of San Francisco, and I searched for his name, and he never existed.
Really?
Yeah, I could not find him. I did an deep internet search for his name, and he did not exist. The person that did the hard science on fluoride. So it's more than likely they're just trying to dumb us down like Hitler did. Adolf Hitler used sodium fluoride on the population to make them so listless and apathetic, so that they just accepted the fact that people were being taken off and killed. That's why all those Germans were, nonchalant about the whole problem. Okay, we have a P.O. box. That would be it. And make it out to americasthirdparty.com. And you have to be a U.S. citizen. So we have to refund a Canadian who just made a $20 donation last night. I can't get people who have millions of hits on YouTube. They're bought off. Yeah, and that guy has had all those hits because he's funny, He's like a class act. Yeah, he thought it was really clever, and now he has 9 million hits. I can't get more than 20,000 hits at a time. No one wants to listen to an intelligent white guy. They'd rather have some, nutcase perform, oral activities on the internet. I cannot get viral. I think many of you don't realize that I have been censored for the past 4 years. It's difficult for me to talk about because I can't stop it. I have no recall. I have no way of stopping the censorship. We've got people like Swiffer has been in our site and clicked on our site multiple times from different IP addresses, can't get the hit counter to work. The hit counter works intermittently. Wow. A prostate cancer breakthrough in the science sector, folks. Scissorfight just brought this in. Prostate cancer is a very serious problem affecting many people. 9 out of 10 cases of late-stage prostate cancer can now be linked to changes in the DNA of sufferers. Well, I could have told them that. It's a no-brainer, man. No kidding. Wow. Yeah, DNA mutates when it's subjected to Roundup and glyphosate. I know. It's a personal story for me because my father got prostate cancer right after he dispersed Roundup around our house. I went away for a weekend. I've been dedicated to organics since I, was a kid. In fact, I spearheaded the organic food movement in the early 1980s. Yeah. But my dad, he just didn't, he's old school. He's like, well, I don't like those weeds, Dave. No, tinned food that's organic is the best, personally. But he said, I don't like those weeds, and they were coming up in the dichondra. And I said, what did you do, Dad? Well, I took out, there's a new product called Roundup, and I used it on the yard. You used Roundup on the yard? Well, yeah, I dispensed it all out there, and I got a really bad headache. I can't. That's when his life started going downhill, right after that. The headache wouldn't go away for 4 or 5 days. And then he developed back pain, and it was attributed to his prostate. And then the doctors, all the urologists said, oh, well, we're going to have to work on that, Mr. Sponheim. So they offered to give him a TURP, a transurethral resection of the prostate, which is standard procedure even to this day. TURP. Anyway, long story short, he died. 12 years later. But it was a miracle he lived that long because they gave him a year to live. About 2 years after the Roundup, he was given a year to live. I know. But he managed to live 12, 13 more years beyond that with proper diet. But, yeah. He had been subjected to a massive amount of Roundup. And glyphosate acts on the genetics of our body. And it's such a terrible particular product that is being developed by Monsanto. None of the science on the testing of this product has been conducted for a long-term study. And all the experts in the world are actually pointing to danger signs across the board in our society right now. Hey. Hey there. How's it going, businessman? What's happening, man?
How you doing, man?
Pretty good. I've been getting a lot of work done. I find that staying busy really helps with, personal happiness. The harder you work with your hands.
I just, as a security official for the America's Third Party, I just thought I'd call in and make sure that everything has been civil tonight.
It's been good. Wet Walnut said, David, so sad to hear. My father uses a chemical weed killer. I tell him to just pull the damn weeds out every time I go over to pull the weeds, but I don't want him breathing that stuff. Tell your dad he needs to wear a face mask, because that was my dad's biggest mistake. And if you look at the product, they say wear a face mask, believe it or not. I mean, Monsanto's covering their butt.
I'm sorry. I gotta say, I kind of fell behind on the feet today because I had a sudden death that I had to deal with earlier for a good friend of mine.
Whoa. What happened?
So I was kind of, just it was age,
Age.
A good buddy of mine was a caretaker for an elderly couple that he befriended through the grapevine, as we say. And the wife, she passed away this morning, so I just been over there since early this afternoon, about noontime. I didn't even get to any political stories or anything.
No, that's
I don't even
okay.
know what's going on in the news.
Don't worry about it.
I found out that one of the Duggars is a child molester, and I always raised questions about the Duggar family, and when I did, I was told that I'm a hateful person, and how can I hate on such a family filled with so much love, which made me want to vomit every time I saw the show, but it's such a freak show that you still watch it.
Now, what's the name of the family again? Dalter?
The Duggars?
The Duggar. Oh, the Duggar family has been accused, one of the members has been accused of pedophilia?
Yeah, Josh, the oldest one.
Oh, Josh Duggar has been accused of pedophilia. Josh Duggar responds to what he calls inexcusable.
Here, hold on. Let me just, before we get into that.
Yeah.
So that's why the ATP feed has been empty today. So just to let you know that I was, really attending to some important people that I had to help because just for support,
Yeah, of course. Don't worry about it, man.
But
don't worry about it.
Like that. But anyway,
we're easy.
Anyways, you got a nice screenshot up there of you smiling, and it's Tech Thursday, and we're trying to take technological advances and help the economy and make us self-sustainable and self-efficient. Isn't that right?
Yeah, right on, man. Thank you. Yeah, it's exactly what we're looking at. It looks like Amazon Prime is going to get the go-ahead to do their delivery system. That's a plus.
Well, you know what, guys? If you're not doing anything wrong, that sucks too, because even when you think you're not doing anything wrong, you probably are, such as speeding or something, and they get at everything. So, I'm not looking forward to it. Maybe I'll purchase a couple pellet guns and shoot some drones just for the fuck of it, see what happens. I don't know.
Well, look at this. This is an olfactometer, and it's being used by police officers in Colorado right now to determine if there's too many potheads at a party. So they're using olfactometers.
No, what it is, it's basically like the smellometer, like on Futurama. And I remember I read a headline about that about a year ago, that they're developing, or they probably now, well, seems like according to you, they already have this device where they basically put it up to their nose, and they can detect the distance or the stream of marijuana or THC smoke and which direction it's coming from. Are we talking about the same thing?
Yeah, this is the device. It's an olfactometer, and it is very effective at determining the concentration of pot coming out of a window. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, this is the kind of money they're spending look at the
on spying people.
Spying people. Look at the body cameras. I admit a body cameras on officers would be very good, but they're spending $5,000 per officer for a body camera that you can buy for $29 on eBay. I mean, I don't get this.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing, David. The bigger problem is that why can't they? Why is it that they are allowed to record us when they come up to our vehicle, and we're not allowed to record them?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that varies by state. I mean, in Illinois and Chicago, strictly it's prohibited. You record a cop, you're gonna get in trouble.
Yeah, and exactly. So their police are actually saying we can't record them, and they're out of line. They're violating our constitutional rights. You're allowed to record a police officer no matter what the state says. The federal law will back you up. So
and
it's important.
To end my little, ghastly call in and give the room a little update, just want to say hi to Rodney. Today is Technology Thursday, and my technology team is we're to work, Rodney. We're gonna get you, buddy.
They're working on you.
We'll find you.
Good.
And we'll copy and paste the information the same way you've been harassing Sarah and David's private life, Rodney.
Thank you. I don't think that is a threat. I think that's just you telling them what you're doing. Yeah.
I'm telling them what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And what I'm going to do is the same thing. And the thing is that they think that they can use proxies, but they can't. And David, you don't know about my technological connects because I've never told you about them.
No.
But the thing is that my technological people, they're developers that are not web designers. So, Rodney, we'll say hi to you soon, man. We'll say hi and we'll talk, and hopefully we can squash the beef, whoever your boss is. Because I know you're a piece of shit, Rodney, and I know that you're in there, and I know you're not technically in there, but you're under something. But it's going to get up to the point that I'm going to have to talk to, some bosses here.
Yeah.
We'll get it straightened out, buddy. We'll get it straightened out. You'll be cool. You'll be working on another project.
We're going to make an offer you can't refuse.
Hopper 202.
No.
There you go.
No, there ain't gonna be no offers.
Okay,
it's not gonna be an ultimatum either. It's just gonna be a dual request.
Wow, this is amazing. We've got Hopper here. We've got the only person we don't have here is Awesome Carl. Dr. Mounts doesn't go on the internet. He just posts to the internet every day, claiming he's an expert on everything. But that's kind of cool. Oh, you are here, Awesome Carl. It's like a reunion. Wow! We got Hoppy and Awesome Carl, and
this is great. We have a Hoppy, a Carl, and then wait, is Rodney still in there?
I don't know. This is like an all-time reunion, man. Yeah, this is amazing. Hoppy, the alleged liar who lied about his record in the military to Sarah and I, bold-faced lied to us in front of our faces.
I would like to say hi to guys like you who shit on people like me who have legitimate injuries and fall from shit and break their backs. So I'd like to say hi to you too, just as much as I'd like to say to Rodney. Awesome Carl, you have not done anything wrong. You keep living your life the way that you want.
Awesome Carl's doing great. His movie's in the works.
Yeah, don't let anybody, judge you, Carl. You are what you are.
Carl, we have a question for you right here on the technology you used. You had a new mic in this particular video you made, and this is your Billy the Kid episode, and there's something wrong with your mic. It's really low. We've had it maxed out. Do you remember you doing this, Carl? It's an awesome mic in terms of the size, but it didn't work. It's like, we'll give you the link. Just check it out. It was a storm? Oh, okay. I didn't know. Okay. Well, bear in mind, Awesome Carl, we are watching you. Okay. That's fine. That's his Billy the Kid episode 5. Let me give you guys a link so you can give Carl some hits. He needs the hits. You're
Yeah,
working the
Dave,
tech stuff out.
Rodney is in there in a chat, speaking subliminally with his multiple browsers open with other screen names using not just using, but honestly taking advantage of the guest feature, which anybody can do. And the thing is that IPs are traceable, guys, so, and it's very easy.
Wow. He's untraceable.
And like I said, Rodney, it's gonna stop, Rodney. Rodney. Here, this is a direct message to Rodney. Rodney, you're not gonna have to try so much more anymore with your voice, and you're finally gonna be able to give your throat a rest, or your voice changer, or something, whatever the fuck you use, and I like the best shit about it is I like the hey, that shit. It's like Rodney, your shit's been run through a lot of voice recognition shit, just to let you know. So
thank you.
It's coming, Rodney. It's coming. Nobody's coming after you, Rodney, but we're just gonna find out who you are, and then we'll find out where you work, and then we'll find out how many kids you have, and if you're married, and
thank you. I think we covered the Rodney story, but thank you for checking into it. It's always interesting to know more. Ed, this does not run.
It is.
This does not run, Ed.
More as the time progresses, Dave. This is my promise to.
This is your quest.
The room. It's not an ATP promise. This is just to the people who legitimately want to come in and enjoy ATP, whether it be David or Sarah, for what it is.
He never cammed up.
Coming in and saying dirty ass shit every single night, because you know what? Like I said, it is funny, yes, but it eventually gets old to the point that, you know what?
Yeah. You're dragging me down with the talk about him, frankly. We don't usually give any time at all to the guy, so by you calling up and talking about him...
Rodney's the man. This is the most attention he's ever getting, and he's getting it from a person who's got over 100,000 Twitter followers. Rodney,
thank
got
you.
a Twitter handle.
Thank you,
I'd
Rodney.
love to promote you too, and then if you would like to tweet shit back to me, that'll even help me, because then I'll just call the Twitter support team and be like, who's this asshole?
Welcome to the Rodney Show.
Rodney.
We've got a person who's working closely to find out more about Rodney. We'll be talking more about the Rodney technologies coming up and the Rodney mentality, which is evolving in America. And coming up next is a commercial about the Rodster, which is another Rodney exploit, which we'll continue to talk about all night long. I'm just kidding.
I'm done, Dave.
Okay.
I'm done, dude.
Thank you. I know, man.
It's funny and it's serious to me at the same time, and I totally get where you're coming from, dude. And
well, thank you for telling me about this situation. I'm sorry to hear about the loss of your friend's parent. That sucks. So that's going to be a 5-day deal with a burial and everything, maybe even 7 days.
Yeah, kind of, sort of. But I mean, tomorrow I'm free, so I got you tomorrow on the ATP feed and whatnot. And
thank you.
We'll be there. I'm not going to be in the show tomorrow night. I got a meeting, and Rodney, we're coming for you. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Take care. The nose scope was developed to find out and exactly who's been smoking pot. So not only is our government spending its time developing scopes that'll get you going 5 miles an hour with the speed limit, which, by the way, is no harm crime, our country is spending time and money and technology costs on garbage. Unbelievable garbage. To check the smell of marijuana in people's houses that are legally smoking now in Colorado and Washington. Unbelievable. This technology, I think, is kind of a joke, personally. I believe that people ordering things from a delivery service that'll send out a little robot in the mail, it seems like somebody is going to easily intercept that thing. And what about the potential for a dirty bomb dropped on any one target? I mean, if this could be hijacked, for instance, it could be used to create a devastating, disastrous dirty bomb. So I'm a little concerned about the government giving the green light to Amazon for this, because it seems like such a joke, really. As much as Google and Amazon are developing this technology, I just don't know if it's going to be the thing that's going to save us money in the long run. I mean, the post office goes to our house anyway. What difference does it make? At this time, what difference does it make? And I have to ask Hillary if she'd like to pipe in on that. Hillary?
What difference at this point does it make? Kill some Americans. What difference at this point does it make? Kill some Americans. What difference at this point does it make?
I rest my case. At this point, what difference does it make? I know. It's Nurse Ratched for president. So many of you are really at a crossroads in your life, and I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, many people are wondering, is this really happening? Am I really talking? And the answer is yes, I am. I'm really talking. I'm not a hologram. Despite what people think, I am not a robot. I'm a real person, and I have feelings. Ed cannot find a car for $500 that runs. The challenge is on, Ed. We're both going to find this out. I just profiled a very interesting TV set that has hit the Paris show, according to Meow TV, and it's going to be wafer thin pretty soon. It's by LG. It just shows off its newest OLED TV. It's a super thin, sticks to a wall like a magnet. Isn't that amazing? And it doesn't come with a model. She won't be spending time with you, in case you're fantasizing. I'm talking to you. I'm the only person here talking to you. Okay. Why are you confused, guest 754? Maybe I can help you out with your confusion. Any other questions? Let me clarify. 1 plus 1 does equal 2. 1 plus 1 plus 2 equals 4. 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 4 equals 8. I can do this ad nauseum if you want. Yeah. Hey, Toyota Camry 500, does it run, Ed? Maricopa County, you can't make it there. Currently not running. It's got to be in your neck of the woods. So let me see if I can go do the internet thing and check and find something that would be affordable for you to purchase. And you're in Albuquerque, right? Oh, I'm sorry. I gave away your location. Really? What if I found you one right now for $500? How about them apples? Would you even have $500 if you wanted it? Have you checked Prescott? Samsung's warning, our smart TVs record your living room chatter. God, here we go again. Oh yeah, Big Brother is watching, everybody. This is from CNET. It just gets weirder and weirder when we do these shows. The technology that's popping up in front of our face is just bizarre. Somebody's staring right at me. Looks just like me in the show. Sorry. Technically incorrect. Samsung's small print says that its smart TV voice recognition system will not only capture your private conversations, but also pass them on to third parties. I don't know what's going on here. Our government is doing nothing. And then 10 years late, they come up with this idea that they want to turn the internet into a utility. No, I'm not. And you're out of here, buddy. Don't say bad words about me, and don't use the C word. That's a very disrespectful term. Unless you get a woman who likes it, then you got yourself a real weird romance. Okay, so, yeah. Let's see what we got here. I got my mushrooms out in front of the Cerberus market. Yeah. On a public street. Somebody had dropped them. So I picked them up. They were a portobello package of 2 mushrooms with cheese and everything inside, all the fixins, and I'm slowly cooking them on the stove. And Sarah and I are going to have those with yellow peppers and Italian sausage and onion. I know. $3.99 value. Pretty good, huh? Keep your eyes open looking for food wherever you are. You might have to go the road of all the preppers. In fact, your daily life will be just looking for food someday. I'm just getting you ready for it. No, I can't return them. No. You're not allowed. In fact, if something leaves the store, if you return it, it could be contaminated. I like Businessman. He's great. We met Businessman in person in Chicago, as well as Awesome Carl in his home state of New York. We even met Hoppy in his home state of Connecticut when he told us he was in the U.S. military and lied about his military career. Yeah, that's just crazy the way they've got this small print. And we featured the story recently about PayPal. PayPal is going to be doing the same thing, keeping information when they change over ownership to a different owner. PayPal Inc. has the same story pretty much. PayPal intends to take your content with new terms of service. Well, it's not that I'm distrusting. It's just that you're telling me I should have returned them when they were clearly on the street in the public domain and they were perfectly edible. But how do you know they weren't, tainted? So it would be wrong if I were to do that. Actually, no, Hoppy was not prosecutable by the Stolen Valor Act. Watch the first 21 days in a bee's life in 60 seconds flat. They may not be your favorite insect in the whole world, but they're certainly not as fun as to have around as, say, butterflies. But the fact of the matter is, without bees and their pollinating skills, our planet would be a very different place. You ready to do the flight of the bumblebee? I remember doing this in 5th grade. G. Gordon, it is a great show, isn't it? Thank you so much for participating. The life of a bumblebee, everybody, in 60 seconds. Okay, freeze frame. Now I want to bring you the death of the bumblebee. At the same time, I bring you the life of the bumblebee. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. This is the source of the death of the bumblebee. I don't know. Fukushima has got to be a part of that problem. Will it run? Hang on. 1981 VW, 500 North Phoenix. No engine, no tranny. That's like a bad date for you, buddy. Why are you sending me links to cars that don't have a tranny or an engine? Okay, let's get back to the show. Whoa. No more bumblebees, folks. Bumblebee population has declined by 60%, and scientists don't know what that is. They don't really know anything about anything. Scientists don't know diddly squat about anything. Yeah, bumblebees' population is declining by 60%. The bumblebees are missing, I know. Whatever, they're still out there, man, but we definitely see a result of countless poisoning issues like Fukushima, glyphosate. Monsanto could be the reason, that's right, yeah. Awesome Carl says, Dave, there's a lot of bumblebees about the size of my thumb. Okay, well, I guess bumblebees are okay. Let's not worry about everything. Let's be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Some very nice vases that were sent in earlier. Brick Hill Key Woman says drones spied on her as she breastfed. Now, this story is going to become much more prevalent in the future because people like Rand Paul want surveillance drones around the country. I just mean around here. Okay, well, there's probably bumblebees everywhere. 60% loss is not the end of the world. Parasite also? Okay. The West Coast is irradiated. I told you that it's irradiated. What's wrong with you? Here is a Brickell Key woman says a drone spied on her as she breastfed. Apparently, she's lost her ability to speak. And not only did she get spied on while breastfeeding, but she doesn't have a voice either. I'm sorry, I can't really talk about that, but imagine you're in a privacy of your home, possibly a compromising position like breastfeeding a child. A Brickell Key woman near Miami says that what happened to her was she was breastfeeding, a drone came by inside the family's 12th floor condominium. She said it was a drone and she snapped a photo of it. She said it hovered over just a few feet from her window. Wow.
Hey, did you want to check on the stuff on the stove?
Yep. Thank you. Okay, I'll take the call.
Okay. Ed, I don't read private messages.
Okay, go ahead. What's your question? Hi.
From Los Angeles?
Yeah, you're from LA? Good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm from LA too. I spent 35 years there, but I left about 20 years ago.
Great weather there today.
Oh, good. I'm glad you guys are having some nice weather. That's the best part about Los Angeles and that beautiful coastline that's irradiated. Love it.
Yeah, it's great. I just wanted to say, like, fuck her right.
All right, great. Nice call. Well, we get the best calls. I'll be right back. Yeah. Love that LA smog, yeah.
In the washrooms near the sinks? Oh, okay. 1973. Well, you must have gone through to a pretty tough high school, but that's okay. Yeah, that would be pretty interesting. Well, you could probably do it with air pressure, old Irish Red. I've been well, Carl.
Dinner perfection. That is low carb dinner perfection right there. We'll
Should
have
I go eat it, or
we'll have it together later. I just turned it off.
Okay.
It's a fantastic meal. I'll be right there.
My opinion on the drought in California is that people will need water if they want to stay there. And some people will be willing to pay a lot for their water to stay there. Thanks, Arcady. Thanks, DT Allura. Is it important, those drones? I don't think so, Pisces. David is wonderful, I would say. That. Oh, David's playing the thing with a nose smeller and the drone in the background. I know. It's just like, bam, there, turns it off. He's so good. Where? 3306, I guess I'll have to look it up. There was a drinking ban for 3 days. Something about seeds or something another, and overflow. Interesting. They're building a bridge from Detroit to Canada? That must be a pretty big bridge. I don't know, 737. I'll wait and see. I've never played Nerdball 3D. I do have Xbox 360. Yes, David is still running for president. Oh, good. You drink bottled water, but you filter it anyways. That's good. There you go. That's as close to kiss you're gonna get. I don't know why he thinks that. 8706. I think I keep telling him, I'm with David. That's who I'm with, and we'll be with David forever. Okay, 659. Tell us about the stealth blimps. Well, you know what was pretty interesting about stealth ideas? Hi, Winchell. It's been a while since I've seen you. I saw this one technology thing a few years ago where they like took videos of the like above the sky and then they projected it onto a video screen on the lower surface, which was pretty interesting. I know, I like those wildlife crossings in the Netherlands. Nope, tossing, not to you. And not on camera. Only to David. You had a DJI Phantom, what? Yeah, I think these wildlife crossings are pretty cool. I'll show everyone that. Thank you, I'm glad you like my shirt. Add, screen region. Here is a picture of a wildlife crossing in the Netherlands.
It's going to be a great dinner.
Isn't that pretty cool? So
oh, look at that.
It's like all forest, and
Yeah.
because they don't want the animals to get hit by the cars,
I love it.
they actually built a overhead crossing for the animals.
That is so cool. And this is in Germany?
It's in the Netherlands.
Netherlands, wow. That's awesome.
It's Bigfoot's bridge.
I
Yeah.
know. I bring a lot of stuff. You know, I would love to see more rooftop gardens like they have in Chicago. Chicago kind of started the whole process, 10 years ago with rooftop gardening and vertical windmills, but they didn't really follow through when Rahm Emanuel became mayor. And I'm wondering, why? Why don't we see more vertical windmills? Because rooftop gardens and vertical windmills will populate the earth someday everywhere. I don't know. Wall is a pretty intense guy. One thing I can say about him, he's a very serious guy. That's kind of a nice quality about people. Let's take a look at the vertical windmill technology that I'm suggesting for across the nation. Creating a vertical windmill like this.
We're hiding our faces, it seems.
I know, I'm going to move this stuff here. Hang on. Yeah, this is my idea.
Ed.
Yeah, it's Ed. Ed, why do you keep calling? You're not going to find a car unless I help you, man.
Well, no, I'm not going to help him because he's... Wait,
Ed.
Can you post that link again? David got rid of it.
What was the link?
Carl. The one you just
I can get it
opened.
right now after my history.
Okay. Good. It's right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to save that. That's pretty cool.
Okay, nice, cool link. So this vertical windmill is basically an open source windmill called the Savonius windmill, and it's got a Creative Commons license, and it's completely open source. So we can use the Savonius windmill and adapt it to every single telephone pole in the United States that has wind, and that would be almost everywhere. We're talking about millions of products, leading to billions of dollars in profit for our country if we can sell these around the world. God, this guy is so annoying. Okay, Ed, what's the question now?
You dropped the call on me. You disconnected.
I'm sorry, we're getting all kinds of calls. Ed, what is your question?
Do you have a question?
I'm looking at ATP private message so you can see the location.
Okay, thank you.
But don't say what it is.
But I'm not using private messages. Here, I'll go off of speakerphone. Now you can tell me. Oh, okay.
We'll
Are
look
you
in that
having
area.
Fun?
Yeah, we're going to try to find him a car for $500 that runs and he can sleep in.
Oh, we're trying to find you a car?
Yeah.
Is that what we're doing?
That's what I'm doing, yeah. I've only got 62 browsers open, Sarah. It should be fine. We've got 24 gigs of RAM. If without 24 gigabytes of RAM, I don't think we'd be able to do this. It's called a vertical eolic generator. It exists since decade. The Eolic generator is a vertical generator. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, thank you for the reference point, guess 273. And by the way, for many of you who wonder, do I read your chat?
Okay.
I do. I do.
I don't know if I have it.
I speed read at a huge, fast rate.
But
I know, Hydroglow. We're working on getting cleaner technology.
okay.
We are.
All right. I will look for it.
Let's try a different area.
Wrong one. Let's just say.
You know where?
Yeah.
Which one?
I don't know which one of these it's near.
Okay.
Prescott, Flagstaff, Imperial.
We only have multiple Craigslist to choose from. We were trying to find a guy car out there near Phoenix.
Okay, you're back on the speakerphone. Just a sec.
We're not going to tell your location. You're the speaker on now. Yeah, your speaker's on, Ed.
Everybody can hear you.
Everybody can hear you.
Mr. Sponheim.
Yeah.
I want to say something, but I don't want nobody to hear it.
Okay, I got the RF frequencies hitting my brain now. I can only give you a second. Go ahead. You got a second's up? Okay, got it. I'll check it now. Thank you. Take care, Ed. Okay, we dropped off of Ed. We're going to try to find him something near his area, and let's not put that on the screen for you, okay?
I'm not putting
It's a secret information. He really sincerely wants to get a car for $500. All right, but these windmill technologies that you're describing, Eloic possibly could exist. Let's take a look. Let me grab this browser over here and use it. I'm just spawning browsers here as we go. It's amazing.
Yeah, he's continuing to spawn.
Okay, yeah, here's the Eloic ones. Yeah, we know these exist. I know they've existed for 10 years. We're fully aware of those. The Savonius windmill is the one that we want to adapt because it has an open source Creative Commons license. Many of these are privately licensed and patented.
Well, this is basically the one we want right there.
Yeah, go ahead. What's your question? Hi. Yes. It was. You know exactly where that is? Really? So this person is near Germany, and he says there's a series of those in his area.
Very nice. The crossings.
They're brilliant. They've saved probably thousands of animals.
They saved thousands of animals. Yeah, I think it's a very good idea. I mean, I know that some animals might still try to cross the road and perish, but the ones that survive are the ones that are going to go over those bridges, and they will give that information to their descendants.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway. I'm
going to do a little check for you, Ed. Don't worry, I'll work on it.
David will work on it.
It's a hobby of mine to go through Craigslist ads. Sometime when I'm late at night...
Did you want me to write that down?
No, I got it.
Okay.
Late at night, I like to have, kind of a glimpse into other people's lives. So I go on networks like Trulia and check out houses. It's kind of fun if you've ever done it. Some of the interactive sites are pretty fun to check out just to experience what other people live like. Oh, it's Awesome Carl.
What?
Hey,
Hello.
Hey, Awesome Carl, what's up?
Oh, not much. It is possible to find a car for $500 that runs. It may not look the best because I know my first car in 2008.
Yeah.
And I was living in San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
I know for a fact that you can get one.
You can?
I got my first car for $500.
Wow.
Had 200,000 miles on it. I put 40,000 miles on it in the first year before the engine gave out.
Because I can serve you right now.
It looked like a piece of garbage, but you know what? It got me where I needed to go. Got me to the beach tons of times.
There you go. Exactly.
Yeah. I believe that you're right. I sold a $900 van at one time that was a hippie van that I made like a clean slate. I completely painted it outright with white. And
can you post a space?
That was a great van.
Shrek? Because it didn't do the hyperlink. Of course, I could get it. You're right.
Oh, there's a link right there. Shrek's already been doing the research for me. Hang on.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Shrek's done a lot of research to try to help Ed.
I know. Ed has an access issue. A lot of people who are
considering
homeless.
considered applying for Section 8 housing.
There you go.
Scottsdale. There you go. 1990. There you go.
No, we
Only
don't.
year
No,
it came with an
it
airbag.
doesn't run, man. I'm telling you, it
What?
doesn't run.
Oh, it doesn't.
I was
run.
told the car ran like a streamlined aerodynamic stealth bomber before it was parked after the very, very long time. Minor hit. See, it doesn't run. That's not a running car. Nice try, though, Shrek. Thank you.
I'll just talk to you while I'm on the treadmill.
Hey, Shrek is our friend, businessman. Okay? I told you to stop having an argument with Shrek, okay? He's our friend. Hang on, Carl.
Call from.
Fuck.
See what I mean? Tourette syndrome. But
Bad people.
Carl, are you on? Carl?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
on the treadmill and I'm watching you and talking to you on the phone.
How's your workout
That's
schedule? Are
pretty
you
cool.
are you
You
working
got a
out regular
treadmill?
now?
Always.
Good.
That's very
You know,
good.
it's important to exercise. I want to get more walking in with Sarah. We're going to try to take a trip around the beaches. We haven't been to the beaches in a couple of years, ever since Fukushima, actually. So maybe we're going to take a little beach walk on the irradiated beach or something.
Gear reduction kit would be enormous to tie into the voltage of 7,500 and up, a major task.
Yeah.
Or
What
the,
for that
or
car?
the Savonius windmills, he's saying. He's an electrician.
Oh,
My,
right. Yeah. You're not looking at
But
a.
couldn't we get a little bit of electricity on each wind
No.
pole? That's what we're trying to do.
I see what you're saying, though. Yeah, there's a frictionless bearing system that I'm looking at right now that actually drives energy from the bearings itself. It's really cool. It's a brand new technology. You're probably not aware of it, but I can't even talk about it because of the certain patent restrictions on the information that I can share.
David
But-
normally does do a show on Memorial Day.
But the bearings themselves can be conductive, and in that ambient environment, you can actually produce field energy and draw from it. So we haven't developed it yet. There's bearing technology like the pebble reactor technology. That's a brand new technology in a similar way, where they generate heat energy from moving particles of uranium in graphite balls about the size of a cue ball. And they put all these cue balls in a bath of helium, and they have them move around really fast to the point where the water around them gets so hot that it outsources to a generator that electric turbines can then generate energy. That's a completely different technology. But I wanted to take you on a side route because right now I can't give you the secrets to that technology. It would be a violation of patent law. We should make less nuclear power plants, but ones that run on the existing spent fuel rods. Guest at 8706. That's one of the things I'd like to see is breeder reactors and burner reactors that are available, that we can actually get rid of the spent fuel rods we have in 104 reactors in our country, nuclear reactors. They're just storing these fuel rods every single year, and our presidents haven't done a damn thing about it. I like Musk's Powerball. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say we need to switch that. We need to switch to solar or wind or some kind of other power, other than something that will destroy our planet if it has a meltdown.
Yeah, I agree. This is a plan that this Savonius windmill concept could actually power up the grid at a low level in the event of an EMP. It would create a virtual genius grid as opposed to a smart grid like we're supposedly creating right now. I'm against the Iranian deal, the Iran nuke agreement. It's way too slanted in favor of Iran. And then Iran's complaining on top of it. This is their classic move. Complain on top of getting the best deal on earth. Obama's offering them $50 billion to give them 1 year and 1 day to make a nuclear weapon with 500 uranium enrichment centrifuges. Which is like, here, why don't you have one? Take another. You like that? And why don't we give us our entire bank away as well? I mean, it's crazy. It shows me that Barack Obama is a turncoat. I don't know if he's a double or a triple agent at this point. but he's certainly not working in our best interest and the world's best interest, because I believe nuclear non-proliferation is far more important than giving Iran a nuclear weapon. I mean, where in the word nuclear non-proliferation does it say we should make more nuclear weapons? I mean, it's counterintuitive. Thank you. Thank you, Arab U Lifestyle. Okay. We've got 2 cars under 500. 2 cars.
Press 1 to send a voicemail. Okay. I sent the caller's voicemail.
Carl, we're on with you. Is this cool? Carl? Carl. Okay, I guess we lost Carl. Thanks for calling, Carl. David, you know that Valerie Jarrett was born in Iran? And is that relevant? We're finding one right now. We're going to find something for you, Ed. I'm pretty good at this.
That was.
He needs something to live in, like a van. It's kind of really important. Can I do a van for,
Go ahead.
Let's just do van. Sometimes that pops up with something. Yeah, while we're talking to chat, we're going to be looking at. You get a seat for $200, yeah. Now this is pathetic. I think that's Ed's ad.
That's Ed's ad.
Oh, we got a call. Let's get back to the chat room. I think we lost it here. You see it?
I'll get it for you. You just minimize this like that.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah's awesome.
Awesome, Sarah. Thank you. Yes, a laptop and your treadmill. That would be cool. We have some ideas. We have some ideas about generating energy that are pretty cool. I think there's another phone on. Didn't that sound like there's one?
It went to when it goes to voicemail like
okay.
that. Does that?
This is from Raw Story. 13 tera electron volts. World's largest particle collider smashes energy at a record level.
Aruba Lifestyle, the day that the Supreme Court found that they could tax under for the Affordable Care Act, they also found the Stolen Valor Act to be unconstitutional. I wish it weren't, but it is.
Yeah, we just definitely talked about that earlier. Okay, so the Hadron Collider was having a problem recently. You probably remember that crash that occurred, in the Alps.
Ahead. You just found 2 cars under $500.
Well, the Hadron Collider is actually experiencing an errant particle that affected one of the magnets at the time that plane crash occurred.
There you go. Here you go. I'll give the phone to David.
No, Aruba, he cannot be put on trial because the Supreme Court, like Sarah said, overturned the Stolen Valor Act.
I already said that.
I know. I wanted to clarify that.
Do you want this? What's going on?
He's going to talk now. Go ahead and put him on.
You're on speakerphone. Go
okay,
ahead.
You've got 2 cars in somewhere in where?
Albuquerque.
In Albuquerque.
Albuquerque, there are 2 cars under $500. One is a early 2000 Ford Taurus. The other one is a Nissan fuck.
Oh, that's an interesting brand.
Is that part of the engine compartment where it starts to repeat itself? Hey there. Okay. I just wanted to say that yesterday, I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me.
It's down here.
Oh, I believe in yesterday. Suddenly,
she'd had to go. I don't know. She didn't say, but at least she said goodbye.
Thank you, Sarah. You've been awesome. Great show. Great night. Fantastic. It's been flying along much faster than it normally happens. He's a very sneaky guy. So the Hadron Collider also had a coincidental mishap at the same time, 120 miles away, when that magnet went bad. And that plane crashed into the side of that Alps, French Alps. But the story was that the pilot was locked out of the cockpit. Well, that story was never validated. There is still no audio from any authorities verifying that the pilot was locked out of the cockpit. Okay, great. Thank you, Shrek. I was wondering, and if you need any more signs, just give me the word and I'll send you more. Seriously. I try to talk to you seriously about importance. I mean, you want to talk about no tags and hate. I'm Pisces. You are seriously depressed. I mean, if Pisces are notorious for being depressives. Okay, you have tons before I hit bed. Okay, awesome, Carl. Keep it up, man. You're doing great. There is a Dodge Tumbleweed motorhome. Let's take a look. $61,000 original miles. For parts are scrapped or what are need gone today. No, come on, man. What are you wasting my time with this for? I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you. Let's talk about the Ocean Pipeline Project or any of the windmill projects that'll push the water through. One thing we can do with the windmills, you know, I've got an ongoing discussion going in Notepad right now with Cyber Jedi about the technology needed to create the energy. Yeah, I copied your chat, Cyber Jedi, and I'm going to go ahead and put it in my notes to further research it. But thank you for your input. It's always helpful. We're not trying to fight each other. We're trying to come up with solutions. When you get a spinning object to generate electricity, you got something going. Now I've got my eyes right now on a little kit to make a windmill, and it's unbelievable. I'm going to buy it. I just saw it today. I'm not going to tell you where, because people in my area will probably go get it, but I'm going to go buy it, and I'm going to show you guys how to make a really effective little windmill and generate electricity rapidly. Cool. Enough about more about the pipeline. Okay, let's talk about the pipeline. Windmills be gone. Pipeline is now a topic of discussion. Okay. Using windmills like this one over here, we will push water through cavities like this module right here. And this is pretty true to form. This is going to be 11 feet long by 7 feet wide. 7 by 11. Thank heaven for 7-Eleven. You can imagine a 7-Eleven next to one of these things serving Slurpees made right from the fresh water that this passive desalinator will produce. That's how you'll remember it. Mnemonic aid. Memories. Memories. Stretched across my mind like Alzheimer's. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. What's your question? I'm gonna have to put you on the line because you're so offensive. But what's your concern? Yeah, but you're just so offensive. So let's just leave you off the air. What's your question? Every time you get in the call, you're critical of the show and our movement. In case you haven't noticed, I can't really help you there. If you can give me the question in advance, maybe we can talk about it. Thank you for calling. Yeah, so he can't even roll a question by because he wants to get some sort of free time on the mic. I can't give anybody free time. I got a guy with Tourette's syndrome right now who breaks down on the show every single time he calls me. But we got a great call from Awesome Carl when he said, "Hey, it's me, Awesome Carl." And we said, "Yeah, come on in, Carl." And we had a great conversation. But we can't take calls from people that don't want to screen their questions. If this was a professional radio show, we would be screening 5 minutes in advance. When I worked at a radio station, that's what we did. Okay, turns out Toyota Prius batteries are easier to steal than an unlocked bicycle and sell for $1,000 each. Check this story out. Wow. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Wow, you are just Mr. Stories. You're an amazing guy. Plus, your music is, bar none, really getting good. Let's take a look here. Cars Technica. Interesting. Apparently, this is a how-to manual on how to do it. Batteries are being stolen in 20 minutes. Look at this. Oy vey. First, the thieves came to the car radios and didn't speak about it, but then it was airbags, and now, according to Toyota dealers, battery packs are increasingly becoming the target of smash-and-grab thieves. Toyota Prius, as you may know, is a hybrid. It has a small 1.5-liter engine, along with an electric motor that's driven by a battery pack, nickel metal hydride, in the case of normal Priuses, and lithium ion for the plug-in variety. Like most batteries, the one in the Prius gradually loses its efficiency over time, eventually necessitating a replacement. The cost of replacing a Prius battery pack is not insignificant. Outside of the warranty period, it's about $2,500. I drive a Honda Insight, which uses a different type of charging technology. Well, let's be clear. I don't drive the beast that Barack Obama. That gets like 2 miles per gallon. Well, let's be clear. This is the car that I have, and that I have another one I bought for Sarah for her birthday recently. But this is a Honda Insight. And this little puppy uses an integrated motor assist. See, the batteries in the... I'll tell you, give you a little source of information here. The batteries in this particular unit right here are back up in here, embedded inside the inside of this unit. And they're all individual batteries that are lined together in a cartridge. They charge when the car is going downhill, whereas the Prius charges, the regenerative braking system is in the tires themselves. The regenerative braking system in my system is back in here. It's like as the momentum of the vehicle slows down, the generator sucks in energy and converts it to the battery system, which is also nickel metal hydride, which, by the way, was developed by the Ozinskis in Detroit, and then finally sold to ExxonMobil. So ExxonMobil is now sitting on a beautiful battery type, but they're not developing the battery, and I'm a little concerned. And as president, I would order changes in that area. You would have to be, if you're going to license something, you can't sit on that patent. You've got to get it out there and get it licensed and get people to build these things. So companies that buy up patents, like the oil companies in the past, have purchased patents that are very efficient with gas. They would not be allowed to do that. Now that's going to happen in Congress. I can't totally make it happen, but I can set the pace by passing an executive order and urge Congress to pass a bill that will force patent law change, requiring every patent to be licensed or available for licensing. Thank you. Can't afford a $39,000 car. I would rather use my dream car, which was very affordable and looks nice. I'm not going to spend $40,000 on a car when I don't want to waste $40,000, especially considering the cost of gas going down and everything. I think I made the right decision, and we got a car that's built to last, man. The Honda Insight is amazing, and everything in it is so well made. You know, you can see how the car companies have cheapened their product. As time goes on, they keep cheapening their product. Every single new one that comes out doesn't have quite what we need in terms of quality. I see plastic features where in my car I see stainless steel features. Squatters' rights are in existence, state by state, giraffe brain. Some states have better squatter rights than others. You need to research that to find a place that you want to squat in. I don't recommend it, but Section 8 housing voucher programs, a waiting list is closed. Ed has a story he wants to talk about because he's waiting for a house. Wow. Desert Island Bear says, the pipeline, Dave. What is the effective range of the pipeline and how much would it cost to make? Sure. Well, if you go to oceanpipeline.com,
Press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Okay. What's going on, man?
Okay, so what I forgot to talk to you about was about the precious metals pricing. It did stay above 1,200, which is a significant difference than what the market was 3 months ago, which we are still at a 3-month high. So everybody possessing and owning or holding precious metals, that would include a silver, which is about to break, don't have a heart attack because it's coming.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes.
So don't worry about the precious metal. You don't. You're yelling a little too loud there.
Because I had to watch the Blackhawks play, and they lost. So.
Oh, okay. The Blackhawks lost. Okay. You're sounding a little bit like. Yeah, you're sounding a little bit odd. You're on your portable cell phone, right? Okay.
No, yeah, I'm driving. I got guys through my AUX. I hope my car doesn't explode.
Okay, use a speakerphone. Don't put it up next to your ear because there's radiation coming out of that. RF frequencies. Okay, well, I'm just telling you, everybody who's out there, you got to hold your phone away with speakerphone on it because the director of the World Health Organization has stated that cell phones do contribute to brain cancer. Our government hasn't caught up and actually made a public service announcement yet, but they need to. Thank you.
Well, why would they? When the government is doing a great job selling technology, they're stealing everybody's text messages and interfering on all their phone calls. Well, I mean, if you own an Android or an iPhone, but when you own a BlackBerry, it's a completely different story. But the sheep would not understand that because they can't download their favorite dating apps or their favorite Instagram photo sharing or Facebook or whatever hell that Android supports. It basically is your life. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. Well, keep up the good work out there looking for good value in the silver and gold market. Yeah, there's got to be some value out there.
It's there, Dave. It's there. The problem is that right now the JP Morgan is playing with our silver now. With them buying the amount of silver they have purchased, they're kind of sort of manipulating the market themselves for the simple fact that they have such a large market.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah, they definitely have a large volume of paper silver and paper gold, and that's affected the value of the real gold, the real tangible silver. But if you're holding silver that's real, you're going to be able to trade it in the future, and that price will go up because the real silver is shrinking in terms of the market. How much is available? Every time we go to a silver place, they're sold out at 9 a.m. in the morning. Every single time we've been there.
You got that article last week that was on about the nanotechnology that basically can quote unquote feed us, right?
Yeah, definitely. It could feed us. I don't necessarily believe that that nanotechnology is good. I believe it's got nefarious purposes. Using nanotechnology.
Of course, because it's basically a shot-on switch that perpetuates into nothing a control mechanism.
Yeah.
Which doesn't actually get you keep you fed. Instead, it makes your mind think that you just ate when you did it. It's kind of sort of like the nanotechnology microchip pharmaceuticals, which they can, just release a certain amount of something. No, what they're doing is they're releasing a certain amount of energy. I don't know, there'd be a form of radiation. I'm not a chemist and I'm not a mathematician, and I hate science. Don't bash me in the room on this, but they're releasing enough what they have to release for it to hit your brain to act as a Vicodin, to act as a Xanax, to act as a antidepressant, act as just an overall painkiller. You're not going to have to go see Walgreens anymore. Walgreens is going to be clicking the mouse saying it's time for your dose, sir.
Yeah, really, I wouldn't doubt it. That's so weird. That is so weird. I can't even imagine it. It's so strange, yeah. Well, we've covered a lot of subjects tonight on technology, I'll tell you. This just keeps coming and coming. Okay, robots taking over the world. Man, there's just stories after stories that we could profile tonight.
Well, Stephen Hawking fears that the most that technology is going to be the evil to humanity.
Well, according to him.
It's going to make us basically kill him.
Well, I mean, he has something in common with Ted Kaczynski. I mean, that guy had the manifesto on technology and, the Unabomber. And we all heard about what he talked about when he finally got his manifesto published in the New York Times. So believe me, Stephen Hawking isn't coming up with anything new when he's concerned about that, or anyone for that matter. I'm more concerned about the dangers of a corporatocracy controlling the technology. The hands of the power in just a few people. that aren't vetted by the people, that aren't, these people didn't work their way through the ranks and appeal to the voters. These people got to where they are by having tons of money and making more money on their money. The worst possible people controlling the destiny of this technology. That's what I'm concerned about. And I don't think Bill Gates or any other person is really addressing those issues right now. All right, thanks for
I don't
calling.
think that's a great concern. I think mainly it's just a great concern of the technology itself, it being in play, and something like that is capable of doing. That's the scary thing about it all. It really has nothing to do with, the way that what you said, the way that you view that.
Yeah, for sure.
To be quite honest, it's just the nano part of it.
Yeah, the nano part worries me too, man. Hey, I got to take another call, but let me put him in the call with us. Hang on.
You do it. And hi, Rodney. Have a good night.
Thanks. Okay. Drinking coffee may prevent erectile dysfunction. Yeah, this is just in from our giraffe brain. I've talked about how it's beneficial for the heart. People don't realize that, this is amazing new stuff. I read a study in the Harvard Medical Review in 2009 talking about how 5 cups a day for 25 years has a 51% reduction of prostate cancer in people. We got Hog on. That's a first.
Voicemail.
Hey, let's talk about Hog Slammer. Are you there, Hog Slammer?
Hog Slam.
Yeah, Hog Slammer's here. Drinking coffee may prevent erectile dysfunction, says the study. So, hey.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Press 2 to call. I'm sorry that you're... Please try...
Hog Slammer, is that you? Okay, try it one more time, man. I can't believe this is not working. This technology sucks. Okay. Are we in? Okay, we got Hog Slammer on the phone. Hey, Hog Slammer.
Hi, how's it going?
Well, you said you didn't really know what to talk about. I said we'll talk about hogs. You must be working around pork and the poultry, the pork industry. Is that what's going on?
Well, in my many different jobs I've had, I've actually landed a job from a temp agency at a slaughterhouse, and then on the kill floor, where after they get done slaughtering dogs, I would pick up all the guts and put it into a gut chute, go and hit the gut truck.
Wow.
And then take and blow about, 30,000 gallons of water and shoot all the stuff off with powerful chemicals and things, get it all nice and clean for the inspectors to come in and try to find where we didn't clean it good enough.
Now, when you clean the hogs...
more of a job.
Yeah. When you clean the hog guts, you're using like a chlorination compound that chlorinates to disinfect. What's the product that you use to spray the... Because I know those entrails end up in hot dogs and things, but yeah.
Yeah, most of the guts go to the cat and the dog foods, and that's probably why they get sick and die from all kinds of stuff, is because we're spraying, like Windex type material, liquid acid.
Yeah.
What else did we have? Real caustic material, I'll tell you that. And you spray it down first, and then you shoot it off with water. But most of the cleanup is mostly water, But
yeah.
You've got to sanitize and everything, and it gets all over the gut and stuff like that, and goes all into the gut truck. So I don't know what happens when the gut truck gets to the cat and dog food plant. I don't know if they somehow extract the poisons that we, cleaned up with.
I doubt it. Yeah, I drink Colombian coffee. It's the richest kind. Juan Valdez hooked me up a long time ago, and I'm really happy with it. But yeah, this woman is not under my arm. It looks kind of deceiving. Anyway, I was thinking that all the chemicals are probably just floating forward into our diet. That's what's happening. So when they say, beef and pork byproducts and chicken byproducts, they really mean it. It includes the cleaning floors and all the guy. And you're trying to meet and comply with USDA law regarding wholesome meat, and there's something going on that just isn't connecting. I think we got a lot of people in the industry that don't realize the dangers of chemicals. So maybe we could get a natural product to mix in there. There's got to be natural products. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying there's natural antiseptics that work very effectively, like rosemary. You spray it on something, it gets rid of all the germs and bacteria. It's a simple product that can be derived from an herb. So, we've got to find alternatives and integrate it into the industry without harming the industry and without hurting your jobs. When you did work in that industry, that's a hard job. You were paid, what, minimum wage, or were you given a better rate than that?
Oh, way better than that.
Yeah.
Way better than that. It was worth driving 30 miles to get there.
Wow.
And it was union, and we got so good at our job that, we get done with the cleanup in about 4 hours, and we just sit around for 4 or 5 more hours and just have big water wars. We'd have the maintenance guys tweak our water guns, and, some guys like the longer handle ones, and some other guys would like, the ones that fan out, and, not exactly, saving the company much money, we weren't supposed to do that, but I'd like to talk about something I got in the mail today. I've never seen, and it just floored me to get this from the city of Topeka's water supply.
Yeah, Topeka.
Quality report.
What'd they say?
Right?
Yeah.
And so it lists all these poisons that they found in the water and the amounts and per ppms, and fluoride is mixed in there with copper and lead and barium and nitrate.
Yeah.
And I saw that, it's 0.69. I guess that's bad. It's water additive, which promotes strong teeth. But barium, it says, this sort of drilling discharge from metal refineries, erosion of natural deposits and stuff. But they just throw this thing in there. They put strong teeth. That's all I can say about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually talked about the dangers in your water system. Phone call broke up right for all our food providers. A lot of food providers just sign an affidavit saying they think it's safe. They're kind of a joke. They make it harder for you because they really don't know what is safe. They're kind of guessing at the USDA, and the downer cow syndrome and all that. That's part of the ongoing problem with all of this modernization and chemicals being used. Then you get a country like China buying, and they have absolutely no concern about the environment in China. It's obvious that they don't care about the environment. They're willing to put the environment in front of the bus to create manufacturing. So we're now looking at a situation where China is becoming our food producer. We can't put our food in the hands of these people. We've got really, really bad situations evolving in this country. And China has an ongoing pollution problem that's beyond repair. This is Beijing right here, folks. These are the people they're buying our food systems. They don't care about their own people. That's pretty obvious. So we got to get you guys who are working in the industry a better environment to work in and better products to work with, so we don't get poisoned ourselves. I don't think there's any oversight going on at all in our government
anymore. I'm just going back college at 41 years old. Hopefully here soon to be the physical therapist.
Oh, you're in studying?
Help people get back on their feet.
You're studying to be a physical therapist?
I'm hoping so very soon. Bachelor kinesiology.
Kinesiology, nice.
Human movement.
Great.
Have that foundation, and then go for something that can't be outsourced, can't be replaced by a robot. That's not an oversaturated market. I'm old enough now to realize that you can look out for stuff before you go just jump to school and thinking, oh, this is the future. Don't listen to anybody. Do your own research. We want to go try to find something.
Our next chemtrail segment will be coming shortly. Teleblaster wants to know when chemtrails will be discussed. We'll bring chemtrails into the show in just a second. We've got enough air pollution right now just from industrial waste. More about the food industry and the plight of our nation up close and personal. Thank you. Good luck with your career in physical therapy. I hear there's a lot of jobs available right now around the country. Congrats.
I hear it too. Pretty solid.
Yeah, especially in remote areas. In remote areas, you can go and get a job as a physical therapist almost instantly. Big demand. Cool.
Yep. All right.
All right, later.
I'm going to chill out in here for a while. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, I have another picture of China here. This is an outward picture of Beijing. Yeah. Nice, huh? Don't you want to go there? My message is work less, relax, take it easy. You're going to have a heart attack otherwise, okay? Say hello to my little friend. If you must show off your muscle car, learn how to shift first. Okay. South China Sea Navy fight going on. Yeah, I wanted to address that because obviously it's in the news. And we don't want to blow off important things. Things happen. Oh, this is cool. Here we go. Sorry about the ear rape. I'm sorry, I had to laugh. That was unbelievable. I would normally pause and buffer. Yes, thank you, Draft Brain. Why don't you hold my hand while I do this? Just don't wear earphones when we do the show, okay? That's best for you. I learned the hard way. And the Navy is having a problem. That's right. The Chickens are building islands attacked from? Okay. China warns U.S. surveillance planes. Right. Thank you. Right. Well, this is the thing. Our country's been pressing deep into the Chinese boundaries under this president. And I've said from the very beginning of the show tonight that all of his decisions seems to be to destabilize world politics and put everyone on edge. There's a project I can work at. Thank you, Cyber Jedi. I'll put that in my list of PDFs to take a good look at. Frictionless motion. Good. Thank you. And thanks for doing the extra research. We'll get this thing figured out. China warns a U.S. surveillance plane is close. I don't have the video, but above the South China Sea, the Chinese Navy issued warnings 8 times as a U.S. surveillance plane on Wednesday swooped over islands that Beijing has used to extend its zone of influence. Yeah. This is us spreading our wings and China saying no, and China does the same thing with us. This is an ongoing crisis that is made worse by people like Barack Obama, who simply doesn't want to work with a country like China, wants to harass it and build up a military positioning on the west coast of America, where we are now doing what is called the pivot to China. That's the name for it. And pivot to China is a military exercise our country is engaged in, where we're beefing up our west coast defenses. And they are completely aware of it, and I think it's pissing off a lot of people around the world. What the end game is to this is infinite military development across the board, both China and the U.S. We need to broach that divide. We need to start working on détente again and better environment. And a fresh new look on foreign policy will come when I become president. That's one of the reasons why I'm running for president, so that we can actually have a change of face toward other nations. That would be very beneficial. Because right now we're going nowhere, and we're losing traction because we've got the same old people trying to make deals with the same old people over there, and it's not working. Well, the massive war to end it all and see who's best will end up with, this will be like a happy day. Yeah. So Teleblaster, you're just full of it tonight. I'll tell you. You're. Let me see if I can get a video of the cauldrons of hell to compare our life with the future that you're describing. Yeah, this is the cauldron of liquid firing hell. So this is Beijing right now.
Boiling hot lava, and God's eternal judgment.
Okay, so which would you prefer? Beijing? Problems with negotiations in Détente or the burning cauldron of hell? Your choice. Hey, Cherry Bees, how are you? We haven't seen you in a while. This woman went to the cauldrons of hell, so she knows. She's testifying to that fact. Well, that was a pretty good burning cauldron of hell, I must say. So how are you doing? Are you happy in your apartment where you're living? Oh, things are bad. I'm sorry. Depression? No. You want me to go back to the burning cauldron of hell just to see what it's like? She'll explain it to you.
That's in Revelation chapter 20. And there, when the books of life are open, those people in hell, their books was never washed in the blood of the Lamb. And that's what it's all about. We have a book of our life in heaven.
I'd like to leave it at that. We have a book of our life in heaven, and why don't you try to make heaven on earth? I know we're all depressed. We're being fed chemtrails on a daily basis. That would depress anybody. Well, let's be clear. We're gonna up. Can you bounce the teleprompter? Hold on. Let's be clear. Let's talk about the beauty of this great, grand, wonderful earth, okay? This will elevate you guys to a high level. A whole other level. Alright? We're going to try to help you with this right now. Let's get rid of all these negative things that are upsetting us. And try to think positive thoughts tonight. Okay? This is a beautiful earth. We got to preserve it. It's not going to last forever if we don't do something to protect it. Okay. Be happy. Let's protect the earth. Let's get some music in the show and think happy thoughts tonight. Shall we? Let's try to get happy and cheery, because I don't think you all want to live in hell. We don't want to turn this country or this world into Beijing or worse. Let's bring in the happy song. Ready?
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Gonna be okay. Gonna make my day. Go my way. It's gonna be okay. Gonna make my day. Go my way.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's third party.
Gonna be okay. Gonna make my day. Go my way. Come on,
Cheese, baby.
Cheat, baby. Cheat.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's third party.
gonna be okay. Gonna make my day. Go my way. It's gonna be okay. Gonna make my day.
All right.
Go my way. Gonna be okay. Gonna make my day. Go my way.
Oh, baby. All right, so you got to be happy. Try to be happy. Realize this is a beautiful planet. We're going to try to preserve it.
David Sponheim, for president.
You got your traveling picture there. Awesome Carl's got some road travel. Camaro causes a big wreck. Come on. Okay, what do you got, Carl? Is this ear rape as well? Let's go.
Carries of all different yardages, and how the player falls in those different yardages compared with the league average. Lamar Miller, for example, had 43% of his runs go for at least 5 yards, which is great. And I never really thought about him last year as having a great season, but he has a very good-looking heat map here. The league average, 32% of your runs go 5 yards, and Miller is way higher than that. McCoy is 1% higher, so 33.
Look at this guy driving.
Just in that one column, Fred's right at the league average if you want to know about him.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I've seen people drive like this all the time.
It might have been, but
Look
I
at
know
this.
when the McCoy trade went down, you were out of town, and there was a lot of, I was digging into this stuff,
Wow.
trying to, not make my head hurt, but try to get as much information as I could. And when I felt...
Okay, I just want to pause this video. This is when technology can destroy your life. Now, the best thing to do at this point is to pull off the road, to get to slowly brake and then get off the road as fast. But as you can see, there's no place to get off the road.
Like, with some input from people who are better at interpreting that stuff, I saw was McCoy wasn't impressive in 2014. In 2013, he might have been the top 1 or 2 in some of these advanced metrics. So, like, there was a drop-off, and, whether that was mileage and something to be alarmed about, or just, an anomaly of some kind, I guess that's TBD, we'll find out this year. He's going to be playing for the Bills, and we'll see how productive he is. It's going to be a different offense, with different players around him.
Yeah, me either.
Nonetheless, that last year there were some signs that would have worried. His map is pretty good for last year. Murray, 4, 5, 6 yards per carry, 8 yards, 8-yard carries. McCoy's is not good. Right?
It's unbelievable.
So we have. You were talking about McCoy there. I was talking about McCoy there. Yes, yeah, they're definitely not good. Right. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about them.
Great radio show on the background.
The schedule comes out tonight. We have
Sports coming up at the top of the hour. Okay.
Mr. Jacobs.
Here we go.
Oh my gosh, look out! Oh, wait.
Oh my God, look at that.
Big wreck. Oh my gosh, right in front of me.
Holy moly.
Yeah. And you know what? I
What?
bought a dash cam the other day, and I got an on camera.
Ah. Thank you. That was a great camera shot. Wow. Great stuff. Unbelievable. Well, Carl, that was really nice. Thank you for bringing that into the show. That's always a special thing. It's always to know that we're a little bit more fortunate sitting at home doing nothing, protecting ourselves. That's why I don't really like going on road trips. David, if it was not real, I would think it was from a movie. Oh, I know. Yeah. Replay. Okay, here we go. Replay. One call.
Mr. Jacobs.
Mr. Jacobs.
Oh my gosh, look out! Oh, wait. Oh my God, hold on. Big wreck. Oh.
Ring,
Mr.
ring.
Jacobs. Oh my gosh, look out! Oh, wait. Oh my God, hold on.
No one could have handled that any better than they did already, except for the guy driving like an idiot. No one could have possibly done anything better. Everyone did everything the way they were supposed to, yeah. Real talk, real accidents. I wonder what happened, It looks like everybody survived. They found out the guy was unbelievable. The Bible has been rewritten that many times. Well, try to believe in yourself and your inherent goodness. Somewhere inside all of us is an inherent goodness. Peel back the layers of depression and self-doubt and self-hate and get to the inner core of who you were when you were a little baby. He was upset because he'd been using too many chemtrails that day. He probably was on a bender. I know everyone was asking about the chemtrail thing. They wanted to see the chemtrail cowboy. I love that song. Ever since I first saw it, I was like, yeah, That's pretty nice. Chemtrail Cowboy. There's a cocaine cowboy. That's pretty interesting. Okay. Easier said than done, Dave. I know. It's not easy, Cherry, but, you know, sometimes you have to meditate, go into a deeper state of happiness. Sleep helps. Sleep always is a good restorer. Fine mist chemtrails, yeah. I wanted to show you that blood chemtrail that I made a copy of the other day. Yeah, I don't have the chemtrail cowboy here right now, but yeah, it's definitely one of those great videos. Huh. Must have moved it. Okay, yeah, let me bring in some live videos of chemtrails. Chemies in the air. Chemies in the air.
Chemies in the air. Everywhere I look around. Chemies in the air. Falling down to the ground. And I don't know if I'm being foolish. Don't know if I'm being wise. But there's something that I must believe in. And they're there when I look to the sky. Chemies in the air.
Chemies in the air.
In the tree. Then that Chemies in the air.
Chemies in the air.
I must believe in. And they're there when I look to the sky.
Chemies in the air. I mean, the guy is really kind of funny. All right, so let's. We talked about chemicals in the air. We talked about the problems in China. I'm sad about the way things are in China. Remember John Denver? I'm sorry for the way things are in China. But I'm sorry too that this country's been so stupid to allow such chemicals to spray daily in our air. And nobody in government seems to care. And the earth still spins, but our lives decline and our deaths begin. You know, early death due to chemicals. And that's what I'm mostly concerned about. It sounded better in the shower. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure he was recording in the shower. David, what happened to guests? So many have great thoughts and bring good conversation. Please do not deprive them of not being part of the show. Thank you, Shrek. Thanks for reminding me. Sarah turned guest off. I'm going to turn a guest on because I want to, give you guys a full measure here because this is always a nonstop experience on a nightly basis. David, air is toxic at the moment. I know. And Cherry Breeze doesn't want to be told what to do. So she says, get to know yourself, Jeff. Yes, just for your information. Get to know yourself. Okay. All right, David, I did research in the Stolen Valor Act amends the federal crime code to rewrite provisions related to both fraudulent claims about military services subject to fine, imprisonment, not more than 1 year, or both an individual updated or that fraudulently hold himself for. Yeah, that was the original Stolen Valor Act that was amended. Yeah. You have to read the actual amended rights to actually get the specifics, Aruba lifestyle. Yeah. That just says that they amended it. It doesn't really say what the specifics are. Waiting for the signal. The guests are on. Okay, somebody says, Cherry, don't take those make you depressive pills. Good point. Pills, the cocktail of stuff that people drink and eat, can affect their mind for sure. Ocean Pipeline Project. This is a plan to actually desalinate water. So the seawater in the center of these modules actually evaporates rapidly and then settles. Now, if I took the seawater in the middle here and made it bubble and did like bubbling water, there would be more aeration. So the concept is pretty simple, really, when you think about it. Well, the bubbles down there would actually help it evaporate quicker. Neat, huh? And that's going to help get us up to 10 gallons per day out of one of these units. Now, 10 gallons may not be a lot to you, but when you put all these things along an entire coastline, like California, or right through the Salad Bowl area, you'll be getting lots of fresh water, drinkable water. Just ignore any statements, Cherry, by anybody in the room. Yeah, you're getting a little bit defensive. You don't feel like you're threatened, even though they are making statements that are disturbing. Thank you, Cherry. David, I thanked 2 vets for their service a few weeks ago, Carl said, and a guy in his 20s came up and said, "Why are you thanking me for killing people?" I really wanted to throw that guy out of the store, but instead of most people in the store started giving him dirty looks, like one was a W-2 vet and the other a Korean vet. Well, you know, a lot of people don't realize this, but with killing people, Carl, comes a tremendous amount of guilt. No, she's not disturbing at all. You're disturbing, guest 306. I'm going to purge your statement. Sherry's fine. She's a nice person. God. Well, I know, but I want you to know that Ron Kovic was a guy who had a kind of a misgivings about being a war vet. And I had an opportunity to talk to Ron and discuss his entire experience in Vietnam. I met him in 1985, and he was in a wheelchair. Cherry Breeze is a very beautiful woman, yes. I'm not a veteran, no. But I met Ron, and this was the movie Born on the 4th of July, played by Tom Cruise, that was, pretty famous for what he had to say. But basically, a lot of people who go over to, kill people in the war have kind of an afterthought of, gee, what's it all about, Alfie? Why did they get killed? These kind of things. So don't beat him up. You thanked him. You did your part. It's not your problem after that. We're going to purge anything you say that's negative about anybody in our room. Thank you. Tom Cruise has been struggling to win the Oscar for many years. Now, I met Ron Kovic and talked to him. He seriously was been involved in. So that's maybe what the guy was saying. I'm proud that our troops fought for the freedoms that we have fought for. But at a point, we have to decide what's the plan. What's our strategy? When the Republicans were asked about an exit strategy prior to the Iraq War and Gulf War II, they balked. They didn't want to talk about it. I know, but you're not supposed to beat up people that were insulting your vets. It's not time to beat people up. It's time to forgive and forget. Forgive the wrongs. 2 wrongs don't make a right, Carl. That's correct. Shrek's right. I was a sort of a Hollywood guy. Yeah, I lived in my van down by the beach in Venice, eating government cheese. So I got to know a lot of Hollywood. I hobnobbed with the top elites out there in Venice. I met Dennis Hopper. I met Ron, this guy. Good guy. I talked to him for about an hour. He was much older when I talked to him, but yeah. Love is in the air. Do, 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 do. I bake a lot. Sconology, yeah. Baking is good. Teleblaster, yeah. It'll help your mind keep diverted. Candy, or not Candy, excuse me, Cherry, have you ever done any cooking, baking? It might be fun for you. I think Teleblaster might have a good idea there. There's a thing that happens when you cook in the oven and make something. The aromatherapy starts to lift your mood. It wasn't a Freudian slip, no. There are a lot of people, women, that come in the room, very similar, but different. Their stories are completely different. Yes, lots. You have baked a lot? Okay, good. Aromatherapy, it works, I'm telling you. I think that if you change your atmosphere a little bit, it's bound to improve. Showers are good, yep, that's right. You get baked. It's either that or the cauldron of hell. I don't know. Would you prefer a happy world where you live in peace with the environment, or would you prefer the cauldron of hell? We have that going on tap.
To burn forever and ever and ever.
And if that's not enough for you, we have the sounds of hell. This sound was taken from a Siberian digging in 2006. This audio is very disturbing.
Now I've got a clean copy of it now, and I warn you, this could scare you. On the sounds from hell in Siberia, and I copied it. You received his copy from a friend who worked at the BBC. It took me a while to find it tonight, but attached is that sound from my uncle's tapes. It's not the greatest quality, but the sounds are there. I was very hesitant to send you this, as the sound bothers me to listen to. I'd suggest that if you do play it on the program, warn listeners in advance so they may have the option of turning the radio off for 30 seconds while it plays. It has always haunted me. To those who discounted the Siberia sounds from Hell's story, it is true, and I, for one, wish it wasn't. Rick, listening from Chicago. And so I submit now the cleaned, a better copy to you, and I warn you, what you are about to hear is very disturbing indeed.
I've heard enough. I don't want to hear any more. I just wanted you to know that's the world that you have waiting if you do bad things. It's your ex. Please turn it off. Yeah. A lot of people don't believe in heaven or hell. I don't know why. I mean, if you're going to believe in something, you might as well believe in that. I'm a firm believer in God, so, It could be a lot worse, okay? It sounds like the Walmart that they're working on out there in Pico Rivera. Frank Taylor, you heard a dominant voice like, "Get down there." Well, we all hear special voices in that clip, businessman. Depends on how you interpret it. You see, hell is a subjective term. Somebody could be living on the verge of a panic attack at any time, and that's hell. I'm serious. You could be a cancer victim in the middle of a cancer ward, not get enough morphine. That's hell. David, do you still believe in healthy microwave food? Check this out from Mercola. David is a pussy what? No. Yeah. I knew you'd glean something from that. Okay, what am I looking at here? An ad or something? Some experts claim that the effects of microwaves on molecules can be all explained simply as a thermic effect. They argue that since microwaves are non-ionizing radiation, that it's impossible for them to damage your blood cells or eradicate the folic acid in your spinach. Others have proposed there's some sort of microwave effect that causes changes in molecules in a way that conventional heating does not. But for many years, the party line was that microwave effect is a myth. However, study after study has resulted in evidence to the contrary, showing effects that cannot be explained away as simple thermal effects. Okay. Lost a place in complete. I mean, it literally took me to the bottom of the page and put a pop-up screen on there. Isn't that great? I'll look at it later. Thank you. God. Hell on Earth, you got something even better? Oh yeah, you're working on this. It was very disturbing. Let's listen to the scissor fight Hell on Earth clip. This is always exciting. Makes you really appreciate your humble life. That is scary. Are you possessed, scissor fight? I mean, seriously. That was worse than Dante's Inferno. That's intense, man. What made you do that? What do you mean I live in a trailer? I live in a bunker. Oh, come on. What is your problem, buddy? Awesome Carl's believing in the zombie apocalypse. You know, some people believe that nanotechnology is going to be advanced quickly, and they're going to somehow vaccinate us with rabies, Ebola, crossbreed, which could turn into a zombie apocalypse. There's a lot of credibility to the theory that the zombie apocalypse is coming. I know that sounds really bizarre, but I mean, 50 years ago, you weren't even alive, but say 20 years ago, did you believe that you'll be walking around with, you know, computers in your hand? No, today I picked up some food scraps right outside of my my shopping center, the Cerberus market in our area. You know, the Cerberus market is the three-headed dog that guards the gates of hell. Well, I went in there. There was a big grand opening at a local Safeway, and I went in there looking for some food, you know, samples, just to see what they had. I know. You never thought you'd be flying in space either, I know. No, I don't dumpster dive. I was looking for sample diving. I was going into the market. It was having a grand opening. And please stop being disparaging. It's very, very hurtful. It really hurts me deeply. And I walked up to the Safeway, and I went in there, and I walked all around, and I didn't see a single cracker. Not a single cracker for sale. I mean for free food item. It's cracker. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, good night, Cherry Breeze. Sleep well. Take care. It's been nice seeing you. I'm glad you're hanging in there. But try to enjoy your life more. Be well. I don't know how come you haven't gotten banned. I know. Isn't it amazing? We want you to actually awaken, enlighten yourself. No kidding. Hoppy got a photo with the state governor. Wow. Anyway, I walked in there. There wasn't a single cracker or anything. No samples whatsoever. Now, have you ever been to a grand opening where they had nothing? I've never. My view on GMOs is I'm against them in most cases. I can imagine a genetically modified food that might be good for a drought situation as a last resort. I mean, you got to eat something, but that's about it. You're giving me your status? Counting sounds like a Lifetime movie coming soon. 19 kids and counting. The Duggars. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it wasn't the father that was named. It was the older son, right? The Duggars. 19 kids and counting sounds like a Lifetime movie coming soon. Yeah, 19 diddlers and counting, yeah. No, I do not live in an all-white neighborhood. There are a lot of black people in my neighborhood. How can you ask me that question, man? I don't do meth. Scientists, I know that they were breeding meat for chicken nuggets for genetically modified chicken nuggets for McDonald's. They were breeding these petri dish and chicken food. And I said to Sarah, do you support that, Sarah? She said, well, I'm okay with it. I'm not like that. I don't think we should have genetically modified chicken nuggets. But scientists have discovered a way to grow meat. And I don't mean, getting excited. I'm talking about making it cheap and delicious. Oh, yeah. Cheap and delicious. It's what America wants. Lab-grown meat anyway, yeah. And here he says, the thing is, you can take those cells and let them replicate as you would in the case of injury inside the body of a cow. Oh yeah, I want the cow to replicate. And I'm sorry, I just cannot accept this. I'm not rambling at all. I just, I find that very disturbing, and I'm gonna purge you. Yeah, it's chicken McNuggets made out of genetically modified chicken made in a petri dish. It's happening. It's coming. Awesome Carl just said a mouthful there. He said, David, maybe the reason why so many in DC are corrupted is because the demons are in the human bodies. Yeah, I know. It's true. Yes, I support full disclosure von Hell ton. I've always said that if I find out about the aliens firsthand and I see them from my own eyes, I will tell the American people that I have seen aliens, but I have not. I don't believe in aliens right now. It does sound like a tumor, doesn't it, Jeff? It sounds like they're trying to sell metastasized tumors as food now. What's the world coming to, man? No, I don't think I want to eat any metastasized tumors, thank you. Chicken lips and asses are one thing in bologna, but genetically modified tumors, no. Hey, I'm going to have some Italian sausage tonight, and you are ruining my appetite. Yeah. I was going to make this one of those roadkill nights. I was going to take out my .44 Magnum. Yeah. But I didn't have any roadkill. I had some frozen, some really good frozen discounted Italian sausage. Hillshire Farms. Hillshire Farms, the most finest meat byproducts on earth. I must shop at Hillshire. Can you explain how to get this photo? Well, let's see. I don't know. I've had a couple of pictures taken with him. Like I said, I met him. And there was one picture taken of us together. I'm sure there's life on other planets, Carl says. But the question is, have they visited Earth? States that there is life on other planets of some nature. I mean, it could be like an amoeba or paramecium or something. But the Drake equation does say the probabilistic argument used to estimate the number of active and communicative extraterrestrial civilizations in the Milky Way. It proves with 100% certainty that there is some extraterrestrial life. We're not sure what, but for those of you math wizards, I'll go ahead and give you the equation and you can work out the details real quick. Okay. Yeah, we better do this later. I don't want to waste your time with the Drake equation. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, there is life in the universe somewhere. Meat glue. Oh no. Just when I thought life was getting even more sick, it gets sicker. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you meat glue.
Using a special product known as meat glue to stick together scraps of meat to sell as prime cuts. But while this product is being banned overseas, there's no law prohibiting its use here. Here's Rodney Lowe's with this special investigation.
It's the meat industry's dirty secret, a way of turning the scraps too small to sell as a premium steak back into a juicy plump eye fillet to sell for a premium price. So clever, you'll never tell. Not even an expert can. Before you didn't even pick that as a joint though, did you?
It doesn't even tear through the joint. Bit out of tell, isn't it?
Butcher James Faulkner runs Queensland Natural Beef Company, an organisation dedicated to using as few additives in meat from paddock to plate as possible. But tonight, he's exposing how some parts of the industry are able to trick their customers and use whatever it takes.
I've just got some fine diced beef and my special enzyme. I'm just going to mix it up a bit.
Why have we got the masks on?
It's dangerous. See that? Don't breathe that in.
This powder is transglutaminase enzyme, otherwise known as meat glue. Meat glues come in a number of forms, some produced by cultivating bacteria, the others, the primary ingredient comes from the blood plasma
of pigs and cattle, specifically the coagulant which causes blood to clot. In the food industry, it has amazing properties.
So just got a little bit here, about a teaspoonful.
Yep.
Just over the top like that. And with our gloves on, of course, we mix it up.
Then roll it in plastic film and refrigerate. 6 hours later, you have a solid piece of meat.
And essentially you've got a reborn, rebirthed eye fillet.
More or less, yeah.
Ours uncooked is easy to spot the difference, but cooked is another story.
Okay, so the meat glue one is on the right, and the real McCoy is on the left.
And it's not just beef. Pork, lamb, fish and chicken are all stuck back together using this glue.
Unbelievable. Wow. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, you had me turn the audio off. Yeah, well, I had to turn the audio off just to mess with your head. Wow, we got some real haters in here. I have to ban certain people. Hey, you know, somebody said, you know, good luck. There is some life out there, no doubt, but even if they were more advanced than us, good luck to drive in a universe expanding at a speed near the speed of light. Yeah, well, that's why I use my tachyon generator with time-space continuum control. There's no alien, there's just a piece of meat that they fused together. I was always wondering how they did that. You know, the turkey breast that you see at the market, it says turkey breast processed. I've always wondered how they did that. Now I know. Thank you. And now I know why it's so salty. Oh, absolutely. A lot of people, you know, fuse their belief in God with the life outside the universe kind of thing. Sure. You can do whatever you want if you want to go off in that direction. It's called freedom of speech. Let's remove any negative stuff from the show that's derogatory about some of our guests. Thank you. Aliens look at us and do the face palm. They don't show up because we will kill ourselves out eventually and we will do their work for them. Well, that makes me wonder, Hewers, and we talk about this on our Conspiracy Monday night, if this constant spraying of chemtrails in our atmosphere is actually something being designed by some alien being or artificial intelligence. Now, there are many people who believe that these chemtrails are happening because... Here, I'll get the video playing again for you.
Chemmies in the air.
God. Thank you.
Chemmies in the air. Falling down to the ground.
Yeah, I should have known it was going to have a nightmare sound effect. Sorry. But yeah, this is an ongoing process that many people are wondering, well, if they're able to do this, to poison the atmosphere without getting clearance from our government. And I'm going to show you that video at the final minute here, because I wanted to finish with that outcome. Chemicals like chemtrails are being used to create weather modification. And there is also a definite correlation between HAARP, High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project, which is a facility in Alaska and all around the world. Now there's all kinds of grids out there. But HAARP is a significant interaction between that and the chemtrails create precipitation or non-precipitation in our atmosphere. Look at that dump. Can you believe that? Now you can't tell me that's condensation. Wow. That is a great loop right there. Look at that. I'm going to loop it. Yeah. Yeah. Totally freaking busted, I know. Look at that. Dropping fuel. That could be a fuel drop. Now that could be a fuel drop, actually. But I'm going to bring you a series of pictures that'll kind of blow your mind at the end of our show here. We're coming up at the last couple of minutes. But HAARP is used in combination with the ionosphere, affecting, you know, all the different particles in the atmosphere. They're able to beam this radiation into the chemicals themselves, and they can create altered weather patterns. This is science. I'm not making any of this up. This is all science. And it's part of technology at this point. We have to look at it as something concerning, because if there are nefarious elements within our government doing this, you got to wonder what their end game is. Is it to reduce our immune system and affect all of our bodies? Is it to kill off the human species? I just don't know. There's Chemtrail Cowboy for you. We'll play that in just a bit. Thank you. I'll make another copy of it. But I've got a clip here that is the blood being dropped. And that's the most disturbing video I've ever seen. And I'm going to play it for you right now on the end of our Technology Thursday. I'd love to create renewable energy, green, clean technologies that'll save this planet. I really would. I'd like to be a part of a consortium from around the world to participate as if we want to get together and do this. But unfortunately, a lot of my ideas need political clout. And in order to get that political clout, I chose to run for president. Now, I don't have to run for president to do a lot of things and develop renewable energy technologies. And that's kind of keeps me going in my spare time, working on stuff like that. But without the political clout, I'm not going to be able to create a seawater pipeline that'll stretch across the stretch across the land and provide fresh water in desert areas, desert climates. I need political clout to do that. It's an interesting idea, a seawater pipeline stretching across the ocean, though. I just thought of that. It's possible. You know, I've talked about building barges that could desalinate, and that concept appears in our book, Hybrid Capitalism, where we talk about building desalination barges that will actually clean the water and produce electricity. We could tether the fresh water and electricity to the land, and we could just sell these barges as part of an export. America could. But no, back to this terrible video. I want to show it to you. It's just absolutely disturbing. Cammy's in the air. Do, 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 do. All right, here we go. And then we're done for the night. Okay, this is from a near collision. 3 planes nearly collided. Let me start it over again. You're looking at a near plane collision. Our Air Force and our air traffic controllers didn't even know that these chemtrail planes were up there. Watch this. Dangerous near collision, right there. See, it spins out. 2 KC-135s. Federal X 5034. Okay, coming up, you're going to see some amazing stuff. Really disturbing. So you're saying some jet kerosene is red? Well, I'll tell you, that sure looks like blood to me. And what makes me think it is blood is there were people on the ground underneath these flights that picked up desiccated blood on their car. They actually had it analyzed. I have another video that will actually show you a woman analyzing the chemtrails. It came up with desiccated blood. I'm just saying that it sure looks like blood to me, and if it's red kerosene, you got me fooled. But we got a lot of chemtrail videos to play here. We got Chemtrail Cowboy queued up here. There's a lot more red there, see? You're saying that's red kerosene? Okay. Well, great having a good show. If you want to go live, feel free. We're going to go ahead and run this show here. We got the Chemtrail Cowboy to kick things off, and a lot of technology that is renewable energy in nature tonight. But this has been a Technology Thursday extended show. Thank you very much for coming in, everybody. I hear you, man. You wanna make me look like that guy? Is that what you're saying? You want that momentary thrill for the evening? All right. Jim Bob Duggar of the Duggar family. Now, he hasn't been doing anything bad. I mean, this guy, he's like a governor or something, but his son is starting to talk about his, he's... You're saying I look like this guy? I don't think I look a bit like him. How can you say that? I challenge you to a duel. A battle of wills. Yeah. Okay, everybody. Thanks for watching the Duggars. See you later. Bye now. Okay, we're bringing you Chemtrail Cowboy. Take care, everybody. Have a good night.
Son, a chemtrail cowboy, proud is over and I'm knocking on heaven's door. Maybe then I'll realize where I went wrong before. There's too many of you dying, victims of the mob. What I'd tell the devil and he'll agree that I was only doing my job. Yes, I'm a chemtrail cowboy, proud of what I do. Well, I couldn't care less for my family, and I don't give a fuck about you. Yeah, I'm a chemtrail cowboy, spraying over you. Well, I don't care about the environment, and I don't give a fuck about you.
Chemtrail cowboy, chemtrail cowboy, chemtrail cowboy, chemtrail.
All right, welcome everyone to basically the announcement of Tesla Energy. All right. So what I'm going to talk about tonight is about a fundamental transformation of how the world works, about how energy is delivered across the Earth. This is how it is today. It's pretty bad. So, that sucks, exactly. I just want to be clear because sometimes some people are like confused about this. This is real, okay? This is actually how most power in the world is generated with fossil fuels. And if you look at the curve, that's a famous curve, the Keeling curve, which shows the growth in CO2 concentration in the atmosphere. And every year it ratchets up. It gets higher and higher. And if we do nothing, that's where it's headed, to levels that we don't even see in the fossil record. So this is, well, I think we collectively should do something about this, and not try to win the Darwin Award. For us and a lot of other creatures too. So the way the grid works today is this: you've got coal, you've got natural gas, nuclear, hydro, and then wind and solar, but not enough wind and solar, obviously. So that's sort of the grid typically in most countries. And then you'll know something, which is that there's quite a big difference in peak to trough usage. So the peak usage is typically at least twice the trough usage. So please bear that in mind. I'm going to reference that again later in the presentation. That's an important point. So what we're here to talk about is the solution. I actually think it's really a fairly obvious solution, but it's something that we need to do. And the solution is in two parts. Part one, the sun. we have this handy fusion reactor in the sky called the sun. Okay. You don't have to do anything. It just works. Shows up every day and produces ridiculous amounts of power. Okay? Now, a lot of people aren't clear on how much surface area is needed to generate enough power to completely get the United States off of fossil fuels. Most people have no idea. They think that it must be some huge amount of area. Like maybe you need these satellites in space and like space solar power. If anyone should be in favor of space solar power, it should be me. But this is completely unnecessary because actually very little land is needed to get rid of all fossil fuel electricity generation in the United States. That blue square there is the land area that's needed to transition the United States to a zero carbon electricity situation. It's really not much. And most of that area is going to be in rooftops. So you won't need to disturb land, you won't need to find new areas. It's mostly just going to be on the roofs of existing homes and buildings. So I really think that image is an important one to bear in mind when people are thinking about solar power. Like, how much will it take? Is it going to take some enormous amount? No, it's just that blue square. Okay. Blue square. Now, the obvious problem with solar power is that the sun does not shine at night. So I think most people are aware of this. So this problem needs to be solved. We need to store the energy that is generated during the day so that you can use it at night. And also, even during the day, the energy generation varies. There's a lot more energy generated in the middle of the day than at dawn or dusk. So it's very important to smooth out that energy generation and retain enough so that you can use it at night. So now, what you may not have noticed in that earlier slide where I showed the blue square was that there was one red pixel. Okay, in the blue square was a red pixel. Now it's zoomed in so you can see that red pixel. That is the size of the batteries needed to transition all of the United States to being solar with batteries. Okay, it is a very tiny amount. Okay. 1 pixel, just remember that. 1 pixel is the size of the batteries needed for the United States to have no fossil fuel generated electricity. This is no room at all. So not a problem for solar or batteries. Now, the issue with existing batteries is that they suck, okay? They're really horrible. They look like that. They're expensive, they're unreliable, they're sort of stinky, ugly, bad in every way, very expensive. You have to get some sort of, you need to combine multiple systems. There's not one integrated place you can go and buy a battery that just works, which is what people really want to buy. So we have to come up with a solution. That's the missing piece. That's the thing that's needed to have a proper transition to a sustainable energy world. So the missing piece is what we're going to show you tonight. All right. So this is a product we call the Tesla Powerwall. And if you look back against that wall, you'll see a whole bunch of them as well in different colors. So you can pick your favorite color, and it looks like a beautiful sculpture on the wall. So it's very important. I mean, I want to point out a few things that are very important about this. The fact that it's wall-mounted is vital, because it means you don't need to have a battery room. Okay, you don't have to have some room filled with nasty batteries. It means that a normal household can mount this on their garage or on the outside wall of their house, and it doesn't take up any room. I mean, it's flat against the wall. It has all of the integrated safety systems, the thermal controls, the DC to DC converter. It's designed to work very well with solar systems right out of the box. And it addresses all the needs. If you're thinking about sort of buying a battery, what does this provide you? Well, it gives you peace of mind. So if there's a cut in the utilities, you're always going to have power, particularly if you're in a place that's very cold. Now you don't have to worry about being out of power if there's an ice storm. You can actually go, if you want, completely off grid. You can take your solar panels, charge the battery packs, and that's all you use. So it gives you safety, security, and it gives you a complete and affordable solution. And the cost of this is $3,500. And it's designed so you can stack them on the wall. So if you look at the wall in the back, you'll see that there are some that are paired up. So you can have two. You can actually stack up to 9 of the power walls. So you can have, I mean, even if you've got a pretty big thing going on, you can have 90 kilowatt hours. That's a lot. And very importantly, this is going to be a great solution for people in remote parts of the world where there's no electricity wires, or where the electricity is extremely intermittent or extremely expensive. So you can take the Tesla Powerwall and it can scale globally. And in fact, I think what we'll see is something similar to what happened with the cell phones versus landlines, where the cell phones actually leapfrogged the landlines, and there wasn't a need to put landlines in a lot of countries or in remote locations. So people in a remote village or an island somewhere can take solar panels, combine it with the Tesla Powerwall, and never have to worry about having electricity lines. And I think this is going to be great. Having electricity lines are not the most pretty thing in the world. So being able to just have this solution that just works wherever you are, I think is going to be incredibly helpful to people that don't have electricity today. So. So you can order the Powerwall right now on the Tesla website. Actually, go to teslaenergy.com and you can order the Powerwall right now. And we're going to start shipping in approximately 3 or 4 months. And initially, the ramp will be slow because these packs will be made in our Fremont factory. And then next year, the ramp will go much, much higher as we transition to the Gigafactory in Nevada. So this is a good solution for homes and perhaps for some small commercial applications. But what about something that scales to much, much larger levels? So for that, we have something else. So we have the Power Pack. So the Tesla Power Pack is designed to scale infinitely. So you literally make this into a gigawatt-hour class solution. You could go gigawatt class or higher. And in fact, we already have one utility that wants to do a 250 megawatt-hour installation just using the Power Pack. Now, I think it would be a good idea, this would be a good time to transition the power that we're using in the building to being battery powered, of course. So let's go to the camera feed let's go check out the power meter. Oh wow, the grid, it's actually 0. This entire night has been powered by batteries. Not only that, the batteries were charged by the solar panels on the roof of this building. So this entire night, everything you're experiencing is stored sunlight. So when I say scalable, I really mean scalable. We can do gigawatt-class installations with the Power Pack. The whole system is literally designed for infinite scalability. So we could power a small city like Boulder with a gigawatt-hour class pack. And we can keep going here. So what I want to do is explore what is needed, what's really needed to transition the world to sustainable energy. Is this actually possible? Is it something that is within the ability of humanity to actually do, or is it some insurmountable, super difficult, impossible thing? It's not. So with 160 million power packs, you can transition the United States. Okay? With 900 million, you can transition the world. You can basically make all electricity generation in the world renewable, and primarily solar, which will be. So, and then going a little further, if you wanted to transition all transport and all electricity generation and all heating to renewable, you need approximately 2 billion power packs. Now that may seem like an insane number, and I'm very tempted to do the billion thing, but well, restrain my hand. But in order to, it's like 2 billion power packs. Is that a crazy number? Is that an impossible number? It is not, in fact. The number of cars and trucks that we have on the road is approximately 2 billion. And every 20 years, approximately, that gets refreshed. There's 100 million new cars and trucks made every year. So the point I want to make is that this is actually within the power of humanity to do. We have done things like this before. And so it's not impossible. It is really something that we can do. In fact, it's something that obviously we're starting to do with Gigafactory 1. So yeah. So the way we're approaching the Gigafactory is really like it's a product. So we're not really thinking of it in the traditional way that people think of as a factory, like a building with a bunch of sort of off-the-shelf equipment in it. What we're really designing in the Gigafactory is a giant machine. It's really, think of it's like a product of Tesla. We're making this really big product that doesn't happen to move, but it's really big. And that's what we're doing, is Gigafactory version 1. And we're building that in Nevada right now. And there will need to be many Gigafactories in the future. And with, I do want to emphasize that this is not something that we think Tesla's going to do alone. We think there's going to need to be many other companies building sort of Gigafactory class operations of their own, and we hope they do. And the Tesla policy of open sourcing the patents will continue for the Gigafactory and for the Power Pack and for all these other things. So we want to show people, most importantly, that this is possible. That if you look at that's the future we could have, where the curve slowly rolls over and goes to zero, no incremental CO2. That's the future we need to have, and that's something that and the path that I've talked about, the solar panels and the batteries. It's the only path that I know that can do this, and I think it's something that we must do, and we can do, and that we will do. So thank you all for coming tonight, and I hope you had a great time. Thanks.
Once there was a Stone Age, a Bronze Age, and now we are in the middle of the Plastic Age. Because every year we produce about 300 million tons of plastic, and a fraction of that enters rivers, waterways, and eventually the oceans. If we want to eat a biscuit nowadays, we have to buy a biscuit within a plastic wrapper, within a plastic tray, within a cardboard box, within some plastic foil, within a plastic bag. It's not hazardous nuclear waste, it's a biscuit. And well, this is me. I love diving. Just taking you through my holiday slides here. This is at the pristine Azores Islands. And this is how their beaches look. Covered with plastic fragments. Due to sun and waves, over the years, the garbage breaks down into ever smaller pieces, but remains plastic. And, well, interestingly, you don't see a lot of red particles in here, because those look like food to birds more than any other color. So this is the result.